Why the most spiritually awake people are choosing to disappear, and you didn't even notice. As Carl Jung once said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." In today's world, more and more spiritually awake people are quietly disappearing, not out of anger, but out of necessity, choosing solitude, silence, and self-preservation over the noise of collective unconsciousness. What does this mean for our own lives? And how can we apply these principles to find greater peace, growth, and happiness every day? I'd love to hear your perspective. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's explore this together here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Mass exodus of the awakened. Spiritually awake people are quietly withdrawing from the world, not because of anger, but because their souls can no longer breathe in the dense air of unconsciousness. They walk away from the endless noise of social media, where masks and projections replace authenticity, and they step back from careers that once seemed meaningful, but now feel like hollow machines, feeding competition and vanity. They distance themselves from relationships that revolve around surface-level exchange, where true depth and spiritual connection are absent. Carl Jung understood this when he said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." For the awakened, remaining immersed in the collective dream feels less like life and more like suffocation, and leaving is no longer a choice, but a necessity. It is not escapism, it is survival. Imagine being trapped in a crowded room filled with smoke and noise. At first, you tolerate it, but when your senses sharpen, every breath burns, and every sound cuts through your mind until you realize that staying would destroy you. Walking out is not weakness, it is intelligence, it is spiritual wisdom. Jung called this the necessary withdrawal, a stage in awakening where solitude becomes medicine. The awakened disappear not to abandon humanity, but to preserve their light in a world that unconsciously tries to dim it. And yet, disappearance is not an end, but a beginning. In the silence of solitude, the mind clears, the soul heals, and the heart begins to align with deeper truths. It is here, away from the chaos, that the true self emerges, and individuation, the process Jung described as becoming whole, unfolds. In this space, the awakened no longer carry the projections of others, no longer bend under the weight of collective expectations. They rediscover the voice within, the intelligence of the soul, the quiet power of authentic being. As Jung reminded us, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. So they vanish from the crowd, but only to return in a different form. They re-enter the world not as followers of collective illusions, but as bearers of clarity, carrying a light that exposes shadows and awakens others. Their absence from the noise is what makes their presence so powerful when they return. This hidden exodus is not a tragedy. It is a transformation, the invisible sign of evolution happening before your eyes. Those who disappear are not lost, they are becoming. If you recognize this great exodus of the awakened, declare it in the comments. I choose the path of spiritual awakening. Let your voice be heard. 2. Collective unconscious as the system. Society often moves on invisible rails, built not from truth, but from the collective unconscious. A web of shared delusions, shadow projections, and unspoken agreements that keep people asleep. Carl Jung warned that once the unconscious is exposed to the light of awareness, it can never be hidden again. And this is why those who awaken become what many call a glitch in the matrix. They suddenly see through the scripts everyone else recites, and what once felt normal now feels unbearably false, as though they are watching actors who have forgotten that the play is not reality. The more awake one becomes, the more painful it is to participate in shallow conversations, to smile at false pleasantries, or to accept relationships built on unconscious projections, because the body itself begins to resist what the mind can no longer deny. This awakening in modern life often shows itself when scrolling through social media, where endless distractions masquerade as connection, when sitting in workplaces where ambition has replaced meaning, or when trapped in social circles where gossip drowns out truth. For the awakened person, these environments feel suffocating, like breathing polluted air, and the only way to survive is to step back. Their retreat is not dramatic but subtle. They deactivate accounts, walk away from prestigious careers, or quietly release relationships where authenticity cannot live. Jung called this withdrawal essential, not a failure, because for a soul that is seen through the veil, continuing to live inside the collective unconscious is not just uncomfortable, it is spiritually unbearable. It is like a musician who once loved the orchestra but now hears every instrument out of tune. The discord can no longer be ignored, and to sit in the concert hall becomes torture instead of joy. In the same way, the spiritually awake feel every false note in conversations, every projection in relationships, every illusion society clings to, and they cannot unhear that dissonance. Their withdrawal is not arrogance, but necessity, a way to preserve the harmony of the inner self against the noise of the outer world. And yet this disappearance is not an ending, but a transformation. By choosing solitude, the awakened soul discovers silence, clarity, and the deeper rhythms of life that the unconscious world cannot perceive. They no longer explain themselves to people who never listened, nor do they justify their truth to those who cannot see. Instead, they honor the privilege, as Jung said, of becoming who they truly are. In this, their absence from the crowd is not a loss, but a gift, because stepping away allows them to carry wisdom that eventually illuminates the path for others. Withdrawal is not a retreat into emptiness. It is a conscious return to wholeness, where spirituality and spiritual awakening guide them to live not as shadows in society's play, but as sovereign beings who embody truth, even if the world does not yet notice their quiet departure. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel, where we uncover deep insights into Carl Jung's teachings and the hidden patterns of the collective unconscious. Together, we explore the path of spiritual awakening and the courage it takes to step outside the system. 3. The curse of consciousness. The curse of consciousness is one of the most striking paradoxes of spirituality and spiritual development. For the deeper a person awakens, the more alone they often feel. Those who reach higher states of awareness begin to perceive life in a deeper dimension, and suddenly, the familiar comfort of society becomes strangely alien. Even when surrounded by others, the conscious soul may feel invisible, not because people are intentionally ignoring them, but because they are tuned into an entirely different frequency. Carl Jung once wrote, "Loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And this truth captures the silent suffering of those who awaken. Their perception is sharper, their sensitivity heightened, and what once felt ordinary idle gossip, shallow distractions, empty conversations now feel suffocating. Every interaction requires translation, as though they must interpret the unconscious chatter of the world through their own heightened awareness. And this constant filtering exhausts both body and mind until being present in society feels like carrying a weight too heavy to bear. Awakening is not an abstract idea that lives in the mind. It transforms the entire psyche, shaping how the body, emotions, and spirit respond to life. When consciousness expands, there comes a point where the soul can no longer tolerate what drains its energy. Places once alive with joy now feel heavy. Friendships that once brought connection feel misaligned, and ambitions once seen as worthy now seem empty. This is not escapism. It is a natural survival mechanism of the psyche. Jung described this as the necessary withdrawal, a phase in which the awakened mind retreats, not because it despises the world, but because it must shield itself from the unconscious pull of the collective. Like a seed that draws inward before breaking through the soil, this withdrawal is an act of preparation. The spiritually awake are not rejecting life. They are aligning themselves more deeply with it, stepping away so they can live in truth rather than illusion. This path will inevitably bring moments of psychological isolation. If you are experiencing them, understand that it does not mean you are failing or that you are broken. It means you are growing beyond the patterns that once defined you. You may find that the conversations which once lit up your days now leave you feeling hollow, or that being surrounded by many still feels like being unseen. But this is not the end of your journey. It is a threshold. Solitude becomes the crucible in which your inner clarity sharpens, where your energy realigns, and where your spirit learns to walk untethered by the noise of society. In this silence, you find not emptiness, but depth, not abandonment, but rebirth. The value of this stage is to embrace it without resistance. Solitude is not punishment, it is transformation. In your withdrawal, you are being prepared to return to the world, not as someone drowned in the unconscious crowd, but as someone carrying a light that cannot be dimmed. If you feel alone, even in a crowd, know that it is not because you are lost, it is because you are awake. Honor this sacred stage, guard your energy with care, and let your solitude refine you. For spirituality does not demand endless togetherness, it demands truth. And sometimes, truth asks you to step away, so that when you return, you embody a presence strong enough to awaken others. Do you feel the weight of consciousness in your own life? If you do, proclaim it in the comments. I carry the gift of awareness, and I choose wisdom. 4. Persona versus authentic self. The moment you awaken to your authentic self, the persona you once wore like a second skin suddenly becomes unbearable, because the mask that once helped you survive in workplaces, families, and social circles now feels like a prison. Carl Jung described the persona as the social mask we wear to function in the world. But when you finally see through the illusion, continuing to wear it feels like betrayal of your soul. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this privilege demands courage, because society thrives on masks, not on truth. Think about those moments when you smiled politely in a crowded room while your inner voice begged you to walk away. or when you agreed in silence at work or in family gatherings while every part of you felt the weight of dishonesty. That isn't just social discomfort. It's the ache of your awakened self trying to breathe under layers of expectation. Once you gain intelligence and spiritual wisdom, once you see your truth clearly, pretending is no longer possible. The old roles collapse, and the obedient worker, the dutiful child, or the agreeable friend fades away because the authentic self can no longer tolerate the performance. Jung believed this transformation was not optional, but necessary for psychological survival. The persona protects us when we are young, but if we cling to it as adults, it suffocates the spirit. Spiritually awake individuals feel this suffocation more deeply because they are sensitive to falseness. For them, continuing to act out roles is not harmless. It is soul wounding. This is why they begin to withdraw from environments that demand pretense, why they choose solitude over noise, why they quietly disappear. It is not arrogance, but survival of the true self, a refusal to betray authenticity for the comfort of others. You may have felt this same tension between who you are and who you are expected to be. To maintain the persona means betraying yourself, but to drop it means disappointing others. This razor's edge is the test of awakening, and it explains why many souls who reach higher consciousness retreat from the stage of society. They are no longer willing to act. Kierkegaard warned, "The greatest hazard of all, losing oneself, can occur so quietly that it is as if it were nothing at all." And the spiritually awakened refuse to risk such a loss. When you shed the mask, life can feel lonely, but that loneliness is filled with a deeper strength than any applause or approval could ever give you. The truth becomes non-negotiable. Intelligence without authenticity is empty, and spirituality without truth is hypocrisy. Individuation, the process of becoming your true self, is, as Jung taught, the very purpose of life. By honoring your authentic self, you are not disappearing from the world. You are finally returning to it in your purest form. And your courage gives others permission to do the same. If this truth has touched your soul today, write it boldly in the comments. I choose my authentic self over the mask of persona. I walk in truth. 5. Energetic and psychological burnout. Maintaining consciousness in unconscious environments is not simply tiring. It is a form of invisible labor that slowly consumes the mind and body. Carl Jung called it psychological labor, and it describes the hidden cost of carrying awareness in places where awareness is absent. For those on the path of spirituality and spiritual awakening, every careless projection, every unprocessed emotion from others, every demand of a society driven by speed and noise becomes a weight pressing against their spirit. The result is often fatigue, illness, or depression that cannot be explained by medical charts because the source is not pathology, but energetic depletion. What looks like weakness from the outside is often the soul's defense against drowning in a sea of unconsciousness. To live with a heightened sense of awareness is to feel the friction of every lie, every manipulation, every subtle cruelty that passes unnoticed by the majority. Social media amplifies this unrest with endless conflict and comparison. Workplaces drain vitality with demands disconnected from meaning, and even personal relationships often echo with the unresolved traumas of others. For the spiritually awake, this is not a minor irritation, but a constant abrasion on the psyche, a slow erosion of inner light. That is why many awakened people feel compelled to withdraw. They step back not to escape life, but to preserve their life force. Solitude becomes medicine, silence becomes shield, and retreat becomes the only way to protect the sacred energy that allows consciousness to survive. Jung reminded us, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. This process of awakening is both a gift and a burden, because to see deeply is also to feel deeply. The projections of others, fear, anger, envy, denial, cling like invisible dust to an awakened spirit, and over time, that accumulation suffocates. Withdrawal then is not a failure, but a natural reaction, the psyche's intelligent strategy to survive in a world that is not yet caught up with its depth. In modern life, this reality is intensified. The endless flood of information creates a form of energetic pollution, a noise that unsettles even the strongest soul. If you often feel drained, not by your tasks, but by people, if your body reacts with exhaustion after conversations, if you notice carrying emotions that are not your own, it may be the clear sign that you are absorbing unconscious projections. Spiritual awakening sharpens this sensitivity, and with it comes the responsibility to listen. Burnout is not a collapse. It is a signal. It tells you to rest, to withdraw, to realign with the practices that restore your energy, prayer, meditation, time in nature, or simple stillness. The truth is that protecting your energy is protecting your soul, just as no one would force themselves to keep running on a broken leg. The awakened must not force themselves to remain in environments that corrode their spirit. Choosing solitude, choosing silence, choosing distance is not weakness, but wisdom. It is the courage to honor your inner life above the demands of an unconscious world. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. To become who you are requires strength, and that strength is preserved when you refuse to let the world exhaust the very light you were born to shine. If you're still with us on this journey through energetic and psychological burnout, drop a comment below saying, "I'm staying present." Your words let us know you're walking this path with us, and it helps us connect more deeply with you. 6. The hermit phase as archetypal necessity. The hermit phase is not a retreat from life, but an archetypal necessity, a sacred stage in Carl Jung's vision of individuation where the soul demands silence, depth, and honesty. Withdrawal at this stage is not about abandoning the world, but about creating space to face the hidden parts of yourself, to allow the shadow to rise, and to protect the fragile emergence of authenticity. In a world that constantly pressures you to be visible, to perform, and to conform, solitude becomes an act of courage and a form of spiritual intelligence. It is the ground where you can strip away masks, stop negotiating your identity with society, and finally begin to listen to the whisper of your own soul. When Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes," he was pointing directly to this hermit archetype, the deep inner calling that makes spirituality real rather than theoretical. In solitude, the shadow surfaces, the wounds you have ignored, the fears you have buried, and the desires you have suppressed. This confrontation is not comfortable, yet it is essential for spiritual development, because only by integrating these neglected parts of yourself can you move forward with freedom and strength. Just as a seed must rest in darkness before it breaks into the light, your consciousness needs periods of withdrawal to transform into something stronger and more radiant. Modern society often equates stillness with laziness and solitude with loneliness, but spiritual wisdom shows the opposite is true. Stepping back does not mean failure. It means protection of your evolving self. The hermit archetype serves as a guardian of consciousness, reminding you that not all growth happens in the open. True transformation requires quiet seasons where you choose peace over noise, authenticity over performance, and self-reflection over distraction. In daily life, this might mean limiting toxic relationships, stepping away from digital overstimulation, or honoring your need for silence even when others do not understand. The deeper lesson is that solitude is not a void, but a vessel, not emptiness, but fullness waiting to be discovered. When you allow yourself this sacred withdrawal, you cultivate clarity, heal wounds that society keeps you too busy to face, and prepare to re-emerge into the world with renewed vision. The hermit phase is not about escape. It is about alignment. It is the soul's way of protecting itself so that when you return whole, carrying wisdom, resilience, and authenticity that no external approval can give. Through this, spirituality becomes more than belief. It becomes the lived experience of transformation. 7. Disappearance as preparation, not abandonment. When Carl Jung spoke of disappearance, he was pointing to something far deeper than abandonment. It was a sacred preparation of the soul, a purposeful withdrawal guided by intelligence and spiritual wisdom. When the most spiritually awake people retreat, they are not rejecting the world, but stepping into silence where their consciousness can expand beyond the limits of the collective unconscious. Jung saw that the psyche eventually reaches a threshold where living in society's illusions becomes unbearable. So solitude emerges not as luxury, but as a survival mechanism. As Thoreau once said, "I never found the companion that was so companionable as solitude." This is not loneliness. It is the crucible where awareness sharpens, where wisdom takes root, and where the awakened quietly transform in stillness. In this retreat, they begin to see life with a clarity that noise and distraction can never offer. Jung's reminder, who looks outside, dreams, who looks inside, awakes, captures the essence of this journey. Turning inward allows them to touch their authentic self, to cultivate strength and insight that can only grow in silence. Their disappearance is like a seed hidden in the soil, unseen, but preparing to burst forth with new life. Far from abandoning humanity, they are preparing themselves to return with deeper gifts for those who are ready to awaken. When they do return, they bring treasures forged in solitude, wisdom, clarity, and vision. History shows us that prophets, mystics, and thinkers, whether Moses, Buddha, or Jung himself, entered solitude to gather strength and understanding before stepping forward to guide others. In our world today, this disappearance may look like leaving social media, walking away from toxic circles, or turning down shallow measures of success. These choices are not rejections, but acts of alignment, ways of listening to the inner voice that demands truth. And for you, the lesson is clear. If you feel called to step away, trust that instinct. Withdrawal is not weakness, but a sign of your intelligence, a sign that your soul is demanding renewal. Use that sacred space to rebuild your energy, to deepen your spirituality, to sharpen your awareness, When you re-emerge, you will find yourself stronger, more centered, and more authentic. And the world will feel the difference in your presence. As Rumi wrote, the quieter you become, the more you are able to hear. Disappearance is not an ending. It is the pause that allows transformation to unfold. The preparation before you return, carrying light, wisdom, and the power to awaken others. 8. Evolutionary role of the disappeared. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And this captures why the most spiritually awake no longer fight to remain in the spotlight of ordinary life, but instead quietly disappear into new roles that carry deeper meaning. Their retreat is not weakness, but transformation, as they re-emerge as artists who give form to invisible truths, healers who restore balance to weary souls, writers who give language to the collective unconscious, and teachers who ignite inner awakenings. They refuse to return to the mainstream because the vibrations of unconscious patterns, endless distractions, and shallow illusions are too heavy to bear once true spiritual awakening has taken place. Instead, they choose the margins, where solitude nourishes creativity, where silence becomes fertile ground, and where they can cultivate spaces of higher consciousness that society does not yet recognize it needs. This disappearance is much like the forest after a fire. To the eye, it may look barren, but beneath the ashes, seeds are germinating, preparing to create a landscape more vibrant than ever before. Those who vanish into solitude are not abandoning the world. They are sowing the conditions for its renewal. In modern life, where social media demands constant attention, careers swallow identity, and relationships are often built on performance rather than truth. Choosing to step away is an act of courage. It is a refusal to lose oneself in chaos and a declaration that depth, clarity, and spiritual wisdom matter more than surface-level validation. Their role is evolutionary, for they are the pioneers of a path humanity will eventually need to walk. Just as explorers once left the village to chart unknown lands, the disappeared venture into the wilderness of the psyche to map out dimensions of intelligence that others have not yet touched. When they reappear, they do so changing eyes sharper, voices truer, presences so magnetic, they shift the energy of every room they enter. Their very existence becomes a mirror that awakens others, showing that the power of spirituality is not measured in how loudly one speaks, but in how deeply one embodies truth. To disappear, then, is not to escape, but to evolve. It is to accept the soul's demand for silence, to honor the psyche's call for survival, and to trust that what grows in solitude will one day serve the collective. In a world obsessed with noise and visibility, this quiet withdrawal is not the end of contribution, but the beginning of its most authentic form. The absence of the awakened is not emptiness. It is the planting of seeds that will blossom into the next stage of human consciousness. And so, while the disappearance of the spiritually awake may remain invisible to the crowd, its meaning is profound. Sometimes the greatest presence is found in absence, and silence itself becomes a message. If this insight has resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with others who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos, where we continue exploring the deep truths Carl Jung revealed about the soul and the path of awakening. Carl Jung's warning: the hidden peril of seeing what others can't. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. On today's journey with spiritual wisdom, we will uncover Jung's hidden warning about the peril of seeing what others cannot, the gift that can either isolate you or transform you into something extraordinary. But the real question is, how can we use this knowledge to grow stronger, wiser, and more fulfilled in our daily lives? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever felt like you see truths others overlook? Share your experiences in the comments below, and let's begin this exploration together. 1. Jung's dangerous discovery. Carl Jung's discovery of differentiated perception revealed a profound spiritual reality. Some individuals are born with the rare ability to perceive what others cannot. They don't just see the surface, they see through it. They detect subtle micro-expressions, hidden motives, repressed emotions, and the silent tension that hovers in conversations long before words are spoken. Their minds are like tuning forks for the human psyche, vibrating in response to the frequencies most people have forgotten how to hear. But this gift, while deeply connected to advanced consciousness and spiritual awakening, does not come without a cost. Jung found that these highly perceptive souls often live in silent suffering, not because they are broken, but because they are awake in a sleeping world. The tragedy is that society mistakes their depth for instability. The spiritually awakened are frequently mislabeled as overthinkers, hypersensitive, or emotionally intense. Yet the truth is, their pain is not born from their sensitivity. It is born from being surrounded by those who numb theirs. They walk through life absorbing energy like sponges, knowing when someone is smiling through grief, sensing deceit before it's spoken, and recognizing patterns that others dismiss as coincidence. But instead of being honored for their perception, they are often shunned for it. Their clarity threatens the illusions people cling to. Jung understood this deeply and warned that those who see too much are either destroyed by their insight or transformed by it. These individuals live with a constant internal contradiction. Their mind craves truth, while their heart yearns for connection. But how do you connect in a world that doesn't recognize the language of the soul? As their awareness grows, so does the emotional distance between them and others. They become mirrors that reflect the hidden wounds people refuse to face. And because of this, people project their shadow onto them. They become scapegoats, repositories for unresolved pain, simply because they refuse to wear the mask. This shadow projection creates a loop where the more light they carry, the more darkness they attract from others. However, this spiritual trial is also the initiation. Jung believed that if these individuals can survive the emotional weight of their insight, they emerge not only with wisdom, but with power. They learn to set sacred boundaries. They begin to protect their energy with the same intensity that once left them drained. They stop explaining their depth to those committed to misunderstanding it. And instead of shrinking, they rise. Their pain becomes purpose. Their isolation becomes refinement. Their curse becomes calling. They evolve into spiritual warriors, wounded but wise, misunderstood but unshakably aligned. This is the unseen peril. Jung spoke of the danger of awakening in a world that rewards blindness. But if you are one of those rare souls who feels everything, sees everything, and knows everything before it is said, know this: your perception is not madness, it is mastery. It is the silent language of the universe, whispering through your nervous system. And while it may hurt, while it may break you apart, it is also your path to wholeness. Let your inner truth be your compass. Let your boundaries be your sanctuary. And let your spiritual awakening be the fire that burns away the illusion, not the light you dim to make others comfortable. 2. The cost of superior perception. Those who carry the gift of superior perception often walk through life misunderstood, not because they are broken, but because they reflect back the very truths others refuse to face. When you can intuitively sense tension in a room, detect the subtle lies behind a smile, and feel the heaviness of unspoken emotions, you become a walking mirror to the unconscious. Carl Jung understood this well. He observed how individuals with this spiritual intelligence were often blamed not for what they did, but for what they revealed. You see, the moment your presence forces someone to confront the parts of themselves they've kept hidden, you trigger resistance. And when people feel exposed, they don't turn inward, they lash outward. That's how the scapegoat phenomenon is born. You become the easy target for discomfort, guilt, shame, or anger that has nothing to do with you. It's not your truth that hurts them. It's the reflection of their own they cannot escape when you're near. This is the heavy consequence of spiritual development: to see what others can't and to carry what others won't. Your ability to pierce through the illusion makes you invaluable and invisible all at once. Instead of praise, you're met with suspicion. Instead of gratitude, you receive blame. Because your spiritual clarity threatens the illusions others depend on to feel safe. You become the outsider, not because you're wrong, but because you're right too soon. And as you walk this road of awakening, you'll discover the emotional solitude that comes with being awake in a world that sleeps with its eyes open. But this loneliness is not a punishment. It is a preparation, a deepening of your connection with truth, so you can hold space for it without needing permission to exist. It is in this space that your true power begins to blossom, not in being seen by the world, but in seeing the world for what it really is. Those who are spiritually gifted often feel like they don't belong, not because they're weak, but because they're tuned into frequencies most people spend their whole lives trying to ignore. And when you carry this level of awareness, you inevitably encounter the emotional backlash of others who are unconsciously triggered by your presence. Their shadow recognizes your light before their conscious mind can name what it feels. That is the cost of seeing through illusions. You become the reminder people didn't ask for. But your role is not to fix their discomfort. Your role is to stay rooted in your own spiritual wisdom, to continue the journey not with bitterness, but with reverence for the truth you've been entrusted to carry. The real battle is not external. It's in not shrinking your light just to make others comfortable in their denial. Every time you are misunderstood, blamed, or pushed away for simply being aware, remember, this is a signal of how deeply your perception is needed. Your gift was never meant to be popular. It was meant to be sacred. So don't trade your clarity for company. Don't dim your spiritual insight for acceptance. This journey is not about being liked. It's about being aligned with the truth that calls you forward. You are not alone. You are ahead. Keep walking. 3. 4 patterns of perception. Carl Jung revealed that seeing what others can't is not always a gift. It can be a psychological and spiritual burden that few understand. He identified 4 patterns of introverted intuitive perception, each reflecting a unique kind of intelligence and spiritual sensitivity. The first is the feeling intuitive, someone who doesn't merely recognize emotions, they absorb them. These individuals step into a room and instantly feel the emotional undercurrents no one speaks of. The sadness behind polite smiles, the anxiety beneath calm words. They are emotional sponges, and without boundaries or grounding practices, their gift turns into chronic fatigue, anxiety, or emotional burnout. Their challenge is to alchemize emotional chaos into compassion without becoming consumed by it. Then there is the thinking intuitive, a deeply analytical type who sees invisible patterns and anticipates future outcomes with surgical precision. They are often misunderstood, perceived as too intense or controlling, when in truth, they are simply perceiving the natural flow of events before others catch on. These people often feel lonely in their intelligence, burdened by the foresight that isolates them. Yet their spiritual growth lies in learning to trust divine timing and not always needing others to validate what they already know. Their wisdom becomes truly powerful when shared with humility and patience. The sensation. Intuitive brings another layer of perception, the ability to detect psychological wounds through the body. These individuals feel the truth in someone's physical presence, noticing subtle shifts in voice, posture, or energy that speak louder than words. They can sense inner turmoil behind a straight face, or trauma locked within a stiff spine. Often, they feel compelled to heal others, but this desire can become a trap if they don't learn to protect their own vitality. Their spiritual path involves learning when to intervene and when to let go, understanding that not every signal is their responsibility to fix. Finally, the pure intuitive is a rare and often overwhelmed soul. This person receives a non-stop flow of symbolic, unconscious, and archetypal information. Their dreams are vivid, their visions prophetic, their thoughts abstract and otherworldly. But this gift can easily become a curse if they don't anchor it in structure and clarity. They may become disoriented, anxious, or lost in the flood of unprocessed spiritual data. Jung believed these individuals must develop strong inner discipline to bring order to the chaos, turning raw intuition into spiritual insight that serves rather than confuses. Each of these intuitive types carries a deep spiritual wisdom that, when misunderstood, leads to suffering, but when honored, becomes a source of inner power and sacred intelligence. Jung's work was a warning that extraordinary perception is not simply a talent, it is a responsibility. And those who see what others can't must learn how to protect their minds, care for their energy, and give themselves the grace to be misunderstood while they walk a path few dare to tread. 4. The 3 dangers. Jung revealed that the danger of heightened perception is not in the ability itself, but in the psychological cost of seeing what others cannot bear to see. When a person awakens to a deeper layer of reality, able to detect lies without words, sense emotional tension in silence, or read what's beneath the mask of civility, they don't just gain insight, they inherit a burden. The first danger, as Jung described, is the disruption of the collective unconscious. Society depends on unspoken agreements, illusions we silently co-create to keep the world stable and digestible. But when one person breaks this spell and exposes hidden truths, it destabilizes the entire group dynamic. Their awareness becomes a mirror people avoid, because to see through illusion means confronting pain, shame, and fear that have been long buried. This threat to social harmony doesn't provoke celebration. It provokes rejection, blame, or isolation. That leads to the second danger, psychological isolation. The more attuned you are to the spiritual undercurrents and emotional vibrations around you, the harder it is to remain connected to those who are still asleep. You start feeling like a foreigner in your own home, like a soul surrounded by bodies that have forgotten they carry one. Empaths and spiritually awakened individuals often describe this estrangement not because they are superior, but because they cannot unsee what they've seen. When everyone else is speaking the language of illusion and you've learned the dialect of truth, conversation becomes hollow. Relationships become strained, and belonging becomes a memory rather than a reality. Without grounded spiritual wisdom and practices that anchor your sensitivity, you drift farther from others and closer to an inner void. But the most dangerous cost of all is identity dissolution, what Jung called participation mystique. In your heightened state of perception, you don't just observe others' unconscious energies, you absorb them. Their sadness becomes your sorrow. Their fear becomes your anxiety. Their confusion distorts your clarity. Over time, your own sense of self becomes blurred, like ink dropped in water. You begin to lose yourself, not in dreams, but in the psychic debris of everyone around you. This happens slowly, subtly, and often unconsciously. You might feel fatigued, scattered, or emotionally overwhelmed without realizing you've become an energetic sponge. The gift of deep perception turns into a curse when you carry everyone's truth, but forget your own. Without inner discernment and a strong sense of spiritual selfhood, you disappear into the very chaos you once tried to decode. And yet, this peril is also an initiation. It is not a punishment for being sensitive. It is a challenge to become sovereign. Spiritual awakening is not just about seeing. It is about holding your center when everything else pulls at your soul. Intelligence without integration leads to fragmentation. The spiritually wise don't just perceive, they protect their perception with boundaries, rituals, and a deep understanding of their purpose. To navigate the dangers Jung warned of, you must know how to carry your gift without letting it consume you. Because in the end, the awakened ones are not just those who see. They are those who learn to stay whole in a fractured world. 5. The path of integration. Individuation process. To truly survive and evolve, highly perceptive individuals must develop the rare ability to distinguish between what belongs to them and what they're unconsciously absorbing from the world around them. Without this essential discernment, they risk carrying emotional weight that was never theirs, to begin with other people's fears, projections, anxieties, and hidden resentments. This invisible burden becomes a silent toxin, eroding their well-being from within. Jung warned that such sensitivity, when left unguarded, doesn't just isolate, it destroys. Recognizing the boundary between the self and others is not a theoretical exercise. It is the foundation of spiritual development. Only by identifying what is theirs can these individuals begin to reclaim their energy and navigate life from a place of centered clarity instead of emotional chaos. But separating yourself from others' emotions isn't enough. The next stage of spiritual development requires turning inward and confronting the parts of yourself that you've long ignored or denied your shadow. Carl Jung stated, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." If you haven't met your own shadow, you will inevitably become entangled in others' darkness. People will project their unacknowledged pain onto you, and without shadow integration, you'll unconsciously absorb and even mirror it. By facing your own inner wounds, your shame, your fear of abandonment, your buried rage, you begin the sacred process of inner alchemy. You stop attracting relationships that reflect your unhealed parts. You stop repeating patterns that only deepen your pain. You reclaim your personal power by owning your story instead of being haunted by it. Once you've established internal clarity and done the work of shadow integration, you are called to a higher task, participating in the world without being consumed by it. Jung emphasized the necessity of building psychological containers, spaces within your mind and soul, where you can hold the unconscious content of others without internalizing it. This is the difference between drowning in emotional waves and becoming the ocean that holds them. You learn to be present without being penetrated, to witness pain without collapsing under it, to listen deeply without losing your voice. In doing so, you become the container, the sacred space, the mirror that reflects without absorbing. You develop emotional sovereignty, the ability to feel everything and still choose what to embody. Your sensitivity becomes your strength, not your downfall. In everyday life, this looks like setting boundaries with grace, honoring your need for solitude, practicing spiritual hygiene through journaling, breath work, and mindful detachment. It means learning to say no without guilt and yes without self-betrayal. It's about choosing connections that nourish rather than drain you, and understanding that not every cry for help requires your sacrifice. Spirituality isn't about escaping into higher realms. It's about learning how to stay grounded in this one while carrying the wisdom of many. The awakened soul doesn't shut down to survive. It transforms to serve. And in that transformation, perception becomes power, sensitivity becomes intelligence, and every wound becomes a doorway to deeper spiritual awakening. 6. Examples of outcomes. Carl Jung's warning about the hidden peril of seeing what others can't is not just a psychological insight, it's a spiritual initiation. The ability to perceive beyond the surface, to intuitively grasp the invisible threads of emotion, truth, and shadow is often mistaken for a gift. But what if that very gift becomes the burden that isolates you, dismantles your reality, or pushes you toward the edge of madness? Jung observed that those with heightened perceptual intelligence, those who detect subtle cues, unspoken tensions, or the unconscious motives of others, often pay a heavy psychological price, not because they are broken, but because the weight of what they see cannot be carried without inner structure, humility, and integration. And history offers examples of both collapse and transcendence. Nietzsche, a man of staggering intellect, saw too much, too fast, and too raw. He dissected the illusions of morality, religion, and culture with the precision of a prophet, but without a spiritual container to hold that fire, it burned through him. His breakdown wasn't due to weakness, but from being overwhelmed by truths he could not emotionally process. His spiritual intelligence turned self-destructive because it lacked grounding and wholeness. In contrast, Meister Eckhart, a mystic who also saw deeply into the human soul, chose a path of surrender. He did not weaponize insight. He sanctified it. His spiritual awakening came not through domination of knowledge, but through union with the divine mystery. He didn't collapse under truth. He became a vessel of it. Through humility and devotion, his vision transformed into compassion, not condemnation. His integration allowed him to see clearly, without fragmenting his identity, proving that perception becomes wisdom only when it is rooted in stillness. And Carl Jung, standing between these two paths, faced the same abyss. His own psychological descent into the unconscious nearly destroyed him. But instead of resisting, he documented, he painted, he dialogued with the archetypes within. He chose the long road of individuation. In facing his shadow and making it conscious, Jung didn't just survive, he evolved. He taught us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and that only by embracing the darkness within can we illuminate the path ahead. Spiritual wisdom, then, is not the result of what you see. It's how you live with what you see. It's not the perception alone, but the integration of that perception with purpose, heart, and self-awareness that determines whether the insight heals or harms. To see what others can't is to be entrusted with a sacred task. To transmute insight into intelligence and intelligence into love. Without that, perception becomes poison. With it, perception becomes power. 7. Relationships that help integration. Carl Jung, in his profound psychological and spiritual wisdom, identified 3 rare types of relationships that serve as stabilizers during the turbulent process of individuation, when one begins the sacred journey of integrating the conscious self with the unconscious depths. The first is the presence of fellow individuated people. Those who have already walked through their own inner darkness, faced their shadow, and emerged with a sense of grounded authenticity. These individuals don't just tolerate your truth, they honor it. Being around them feels like a spiritual homecoming. They recognize your growth without fear, without projection, without competition. Their intelligence is quiet, their spiritual wisdom hard-earned, and their mere presence gives you permission to fully be yourself without performance. Then there are those who are still undergoing the individuation process. They are seekers, like you wounded, searching, unfolding. They may still be in the storm, but they are not asleep. They are honest about their flaws, their inner work, and their desire to grow. Their humility creates a mirror for your own transformation. In their presence, you don't feel pressure to be perfect. You feel inspired to stay committed to your path. They're the ones who cry with you, question everything with you, and remind you that healing is not linear. And Jung speaks of natural containers, stable, grounded individuals who might not speak the language of spirituality or shadow work, but who have an intuitive emotional sturdiness. They are not threatened by intensity. They don't rush your process. They don't pathologize your feelings. They simply sit with you, witness you, and allow you to unfold without fear. In the chaos of modern life, Where most relationships are transactional or superficial, these people are rare. But when found, they act as quiet sanctuaries. They don't talk much about spiritual awakening, but they embody a deep, silent support that is more healing than 1,000 words. These three types of relationships are essential because the deeper you journey into the psyche, the more selective you must become. The soul craves resonance, not noise. Integration is not just an internal process. It is shaped, triggered, and held by those around you. Choose carefully. Not everyone is equipped to hold the truth of who you are becoming. Not everyone deserves access to your unfolding. This path is sacred, and it requires companions who understand that awakening is not a trend, but a lifelong unraveling into wholeness. 8. The 4 stages of transformation. The 4 stages of transformation: recognition without overwhelm, integration without isolation, service without self-sacrifice, and legacy without attachment are not static checkpoints, but living energies within the soul's ongoing process of spiritual development. Recognition without overwhelm is the awakening of inner sight, a moment when you begin to witness your patterns, traumas, and hidden fears without collapsing under their weight. It is the sacred shift from unconscious reaction to conscious observation. You don't try to fix everything at once. You simply allow yourself to see, to name what has been suppressed, and to hold space for your own complexity. This is the foundation of spirituality, because only through awareness can healing begin. As you move deeper, integration without isolation becomes essential. Many who awaken spiritually feel the urge to withdraw, to protect themselves from a world that no longer feels aligned. But real integration asks you to stay in your body, your relationships, your responsibilities, and bring your higher awareness with you. You do not have to exile yourself in order to evolve. In fact, the test of spiritual growth is not how long you can meditate in silence, but how consciously you can live amid chaos, how gently you can respond when triggered, and how deeply you can remain rooted while interacting with others who are still asleep. This leads to service without self-sacrifice, where your light becomes a gift to others, not as a martyr, but as a vessel of overflow. True service is not about rescuing or draining yourself to be worthy. It is about offering what flows naturally from the healed places within you. Carl Jung warned of the dangers of identification with the savior archetype, where the desire to help becomes a trap of ego disguised as virtue. Real service honors both your yes and your no. It knows that you cannot pour from an empty cup, and that boundaries are not barriers. They are sacred containers of your energy. The final stage, legacy without attachment, is perhaps the most advanced form of spiritual maturity. It is the release of control over how your impact is received, remembered, or even acknowledged. You create, you teach, you love, and you let go. You no longer measure your worth by recognition, nor your value by results. Like a tree that sheds its fruit without asking who will eat it, you contribute your essence to the world without clinging to outcomes. This detachment is not coldness, it is wisdom. It is the trust that everything you offer from the soul becomes part of a larger pattern beyond your comprehension. And in this trust, you become free. The entire cycle of transformation is not meant to be completed. Once and for all, it is a spiral. You return again and again, each time with deeper understanding, sharper clarity, and softer presence. Spirituality is not perfection. It is the art of walking through fire without losing your gentleness, of standing in the storm while staying anchored in truth, of choosing love over fear when your wounds beg you to run. And through this dance of shadow and light, the soul learns not just to awaken, but to embody that awakening, moment by moment, breath by breath. 9. Pitfalls that derail the journey. Carl Jung's insights into the spiritual path revealed not only its beauty, but its hidden dangers, particularly for those who begin to see what others can't. One of the most common and deceptive pitfalls is the inflation trap, where individuals who experience deep spiritual awakenings start to believe they are prophets or chosen ones, superior to others. This illusion of elevated status feeds the ego under the guise of spiritual growth, making one believe they have transcended the human condition, when in truth, they've simply fallen into a more subtle form of self-delusion. Jung warned that true intelligence and spiritual wisdom require humility, not grandiosity. The more awakened you become, the more grounded you must be, because the moment you start to think you're above others is the exact moment you separate yourself from the truth of oneness. Closely tied to this is the withdrawal trap, where the awakened soul, overwhelmed by the artificiality and suffering of the world, feels the urge to isolate completely. But while solitude is essential for clarity, total rejection of society often leads to alienation and despair. Jung believed that transformation isn't about running from the world, but learning how to live in it without losing your soul. The challenge lies in walking among illusions while maintaining inner truth. Spiritual awakening isn't permission to disappear from humanity. It's a call to return with deeper presence and light. Another subtle danger is the helper's trap, where one loses themselves in the endless mission of saving others. This is especially common among empaths, who naturally absorb and heal the pain around them. But when your identity becomes tied to being the rescuer, you forget your own healing. Jung emphasized that martyrdom is not the path to wholeness. Intelligence and spiritual wisdom means knowing when to give and when to retreat, when to offer your light and when to protect it. Helping others cannot come at the cost of your own soul. And finally, there's the overwhelming relapse when spiritual growth feels like it's collapsing under pressure. In moments of stress, old behaviors return, and it can feel like all progress has vanished. But Jung reminds us that this is not failure. It's a deeper layer of the unconscious revealing itself. True awakening is not linear. You rise, you fall, and you rise again each time with more awareness. Regression is part of the path. What matters is not staying perfect, but staying present. Because the real test of spiritual intelligence is not how much light you can hold in peace, but how much light you can carry through the storm. 10. The evolutionary role. They are not broken. They are advanced. Those whom Carl Jung called consciousness pioneers are not here to adapt to the world, but to transform it. Their spiritual awakening is not a side effect of sensitivity. It is the evolution of perception itself. While others are content with surfaces, these individuals are burdened with depth. They see what others won't look at, feel what others deny, and know what hasn't yet been said. Their insight pierces illusions, and that piercing often hurts not just them, but the collective psyche that resists being exposed. And yet, their purpose is not to suffer under the weight of what they see. Their purpose is to awaken humanity to bring what is hidden in the shadows into the light of collective understanding, to initiate healing by making the unconscious conscious. In Jung's words, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. That is their mission, not to escape the darkness, but to walk through it holding the torch for others. This gift, however, comes with a price. In a world addicted to comfort and conformity, they are often misunderstood, mislabeled, and even feared. People mistake their deep perception for weakness or instability, not realizing that it takes immense inner strength to carry so much psychic truth. But these individuals are not fragile. They are forged by the very forces they are meant to transform. Their emotional intelligence is not excess, it is evolutionary. They are not simply reacting, they are translating energetic data, decoding spiritual signals, and holding space for what others repress. In the workplace, they spot dysfunction before it erupts. In relationships, they sense betrayal before it occurs. In society, they detect systemic collapse before the headlines catch up. This level of perception isolates them, yes, but it also places them in the unique position of leading the shift. Their pain is prophetic, their intuition is instructional, and their wisdom is ancestral. They are not here to be validated by the old system. They are here to be the architects of the new. And so, their role is not just personal, it is profoundly collective. Every time they alchemize confusion into clarity, or fear into understanding, they are participating in the slow but necessary evolution of human consciousness. Spirituality is not about escaping the world, but about awakening within it. And those with this gift are the front line of that awakening. They are not just empaths or intuitives. They are energetic surgeons, karmic decoders, and pattern breakers. They show us that spiritual wisdom is not found in books alone, but in the courage to face what others avoid. Their journey is not for applause, but for alignment, not for fame, but for frequency. And while the path may feel lonely, it is never empty. For every insight, every breakthrough, every moment of quiet knowing moves the collective forward. And so, as Carl Jung warned us, the ability to see what others can't is both a gift and a hidden peril. It can isolate you, test you, and at times, even break you. But if embraced with wisdom, it can also transform you into something extraordinary. The question is, how will you carry this vision in your own life? If you found this message meaningful, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming insights into the deep mysteries of the human soul. Until next time, keep seeking, keep awakening, and remember, your perception is your power. Carl Jung. When you stop being available, everything changes. Sometimes you have to disappear to be truly seen. Carl Jung understood that the moment you stop making yourself endlessly available, you create space for respect, balance, and transformation to enter your life. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore why setting boundaries can shift not only how others treat you, but also how you honor your own soul. As you listen, I invite you to reflect. Where in your life are you giving too much of yourself away? Comment below with your thoughts, and let's begin this journey together toward personal growth and lasting happiness. 1. The power of withdrawal and silence. Withdrawal and silence hold a hidden strength that most people overlook. Yet Jung understood they are not escapes, but returns. Not voids, but sacred spaces where the soul breathes and spirituality deepens. In a noisy world that demands constant availability, stepping back is an act of courage, because silence is not empty, it is alive with truth, clarity, and spiritual awakening. When you withdraw, you free yourself from the marketplace of competing voices that try to sell you identities, desires, and dreams that are not your own. And as the noise fades, you discover how much of what you carried was never yours to begin with. Silence then becomes the crucible where illusions burn away and authenticity rises, where your unconscious whispers forgotten insights and hidden wisdom that the noise had drowned. This is why sages, mystics, and visionaries always sought solitude before their awakenings. For it is in stillness that the soul speaks, and in silence that strength is reborn. Yet modern life resists withdrawal, teaching us to measure worth by accessibility and constant response. But Jung's insight reveals the opposite. When you stop being endlessly available, you reclaim your power and redirect your scattered energy back into wholeness. At first, others may resist your silence, but soon they sense the quiet strength it radiates. For silence is not absence, but presence, not selfishness, but restoration. From this inner sanctuary, you begin to see relationships with new clarity, distinguishing those that uplift your soul from those that drain it. And you learn to make choices rooted in purpose rather than pressure. Silence heals in ways words cannot. And through withdrawal, you find yourself no longer enslaved by the expectations of others, but guided by the deeper rhythm of your true nature. To embrace this is to step into the essence of spiritual awakening, living from the inside out, carrying an energy that no noise can disrupt, and a wisdom that no distraction can steal. Comment below. I embrace the power of silence if you're ready to protect your energy and reclaim your inner strength. 2. You are controlled by your own predictability. You are controlled by your own predictability because when your actions, thoughts, and responses become too easy to anticipate, you unconsciously give others the power to manage you. Predictability may feel safe, but it quietly strips away your freedom, individuality, and value. If people know you will always agree, always show up, and always give without limits, they stop appreciating your time and presence. Jung reminded us that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Yet repeating the same patterns keeps you stuck in who you have been, not who you are meant to become. In daily life, this shows up in small ways, saying yes out of fear of disappointing others, following routines without question, or staying silent when your truth should be spoken. These choices seem harmless, but together, They form the invisible bars of a prison. Spirituality teaches that true spiritual development begins when you break free from this cycle and dare to live with intention rather than habit. The moment you stop being endlessly available, you invite others to value you more deeply, and you begin to value yourself in ways you may never have before. Jung's concept of individuation reveals that transformation requires stepping outside of roles and expectations that no longer serve you. Predictability makes you easy to control, but unpredictability grounded in self-awareness makes you powerful. By withdrawing where you once overextended, you reclaim energy to nourish your soul and open space for creativity, connection, and awakening. In today's world of constant demands and digital noise, this act of stepping back is not selfish, but sacred. When you learn to protect your time and honor your inner rhythms, you stop being a servant to others' expectations and become the guide of your own destiny. The lesson is simple yet profound. Do not let predictability become your cage. Instead, use it as a mirror to see where you have been living unconsciously and then choose differently. Say no with courage, guard your energy with love, and embrace the discomfort of change as the gateway to freedom. Through this practice, you shift from being taken for granted to being truly valued, from being controlled by old patterns to living with conscious purpose. This is the essence of spirituality and spiritual development, the journey of becoming untamed, awake, and fully alive. 3. Persona and self-abandonment. Carl Jung explained that the persona is the mask we wear to function in society. But when this mask takes over, we begin to live for validation rather than truth. The danger lies in self-abandonment, in saying yes when our spirit longs to say no, in smiling when our soul is heavy, in giving ourselves away until nothing remains but a reflection of what others want us to be. Each act of self-betrayal may appear small, yet together they create a life where the authentic self is silenced, and the cost of always being available is becoming invisible to yourself. The irony is that constant availability does not earn respect. It breeds disregard. People often value you less when you erase your own boundaries, and in the pursuit of pleasing everyone, you end up unseen and unfulfilled. Jung warned that confusing persona with self is one of the deepest dangers of the psyche, because it leaves you trapped in roles, disconnected from the soul. To reclaim your power, you must recognize that saying no is not rejection, but self-respect. And silence is not weakness, but intelligence of the spirit. When you stop being endlessly available, the world reacts. Some will accuse you of being distant or selfish, but this resistance only reveals how much they depended on your self-abandonment. In truth, the shift is a spiritual awakening. You are choosing to honor your inner voice and to preserve your life force. The people who truly value you will meet you at this higher standard, while those who thrived on your compliance will fade away, making space for relationships rooted in respect. Every step away from self-abandonment is a step toward freedom. By drawing boundaries, you guard your energy. By refusing to betray yourself, you honor your destiny. As Jung said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. But this is also the beginning of transformation. When you stop offering yourself to everything and everyone, you finally become available for what matters most your own authentic life. 4. Psychological energy and unconscious standards. Psychological energy is more than physical vitality. It is the inner current that fuels your creativity, focus, and capacity for transformation. Much of this energy, however, becomes trapped in unconscious standards, hidden rules inherited from family, culture, or society that quietly dictate your behavior. Carl Jung warned that until you bring these unconscious forces to light, they will control your life and drain your strength. When you strive to live up to ideals that are not authentically yours, you scatter energy on illusions instead of channeling it toward growth and fulfillment. This is why spiritual awakening is not just an abstract idea, but a necessary act of reclaiming your own energy. Unconscious standards operate like invisible scripts that keep you running on autopilot. You may feel compelled to seek validation, success, or love according to measures you never chose, leaving you exhausted and unfulfilled. In today's world of constant comparison, especially on social media, these hidden standards are amplified, convincing you that worth is measured by appearances. When your psychological energy is invested in maintaining these masks, you abandon your authentic self. Jung called individuation the path of breaking free from such scripts, and spirituality provides the wisdom to discern what truly serves your soul from what only feeds illusion. This energy is also tied to your emotional life. Suppressed anger, grief, or fear does not vanish. It remains locked in the unconscious, consuming vitality until it bursts out as anxiety, depression, or sudden reactions. Jung likened the psyche to a pressure system where unacknowledged emotions eventually erupt. By bringing awareness and compassion to these hidden parts, you free the bound energy and transform it into clarity, resilience, and creativity. This process is not only psychological, but deeply spiritual. For every act of awareness is a step toward wholeness. Recognizing the sacred value of psychological energy changes how you move through life. You learn that saying no to draining people or false expectations is not selfish, but necessary for your spiritual growth. You stop being available to what depletes you and begin conserving energy for what nurtures your path. Spirituality teaches that awakening is not about reaching an ideal state, but about reclaiming what was always yours, the power to live authentically. When you align your energy with your truth, you stop existing as a prisoner of unconscious scripts and become the conscious author of your destiny. If this message resonates with you, subscribe to our channel and join a community committed to conscious living and inner clarity. Here, we explore the unseen forces that shape our energy and reclaim the power we unknowingly give away. Remember, your energy is sacred. Use it wisely. 5. The trap of darkness, projection, and silent manipulation. Carl Jung described the trap of darkness not as something external, but as the hidden forces within us that appear through projection and silent manipulation. Projection happens when we unconsciously push the qualities we deny in ourselves onto others, creating a distorted mirror that blinds us from facing our own shadow. You may find yourself labeling someone as selfish, controlling, or dishonest, when in truth, those unresolved traits lie within you, waiting to be acknowledged. Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And this truth is at the heart of spirituality. because real spiritual development begins the moment you stop blaming others and take responsibility for your inner world. Silent manipulation deepens this trap. It is the art of influencing without words, where power is gained not by shouting, but by silence, withdrawal, or calculated gestures that quietly shape your behavior. You see it in workplaces when colleagues undermine confidence through exclusion, or in relationships where affection is withheld to control emotions. These methods are invisible chains that make you question your worth until you unconsciously surrender your power. Jung emphasized that the danger does not lie only in the manipulator, but in our own unconscious participation, because the shadow we ignore is the very entry point through which others control us. Spiritual awakening calls you to break free from this cycle by observing your triggers and recognizing projection for what it is: a lesson, not a punishment. When resentment, jealousy, or anger rises, ask yourself what part of your hidden self is being revealed. Owning your shadow does not weaken you. It disarms those who feed on your unawareness. Silent manipulators lose their hold over those who see clearly through subtle games of guilt and fear. And every confrontation with this darkness becomes an opportunity to grow in clarity, strength, and compassion. The real work of spirituality is not resisting the shadow, but integrating it, because what you resist will always persist. By making the unconscious conscious, you reclaim your freedom and stand in authenticity rather than illusion. In that moment, projection loses its power, manipulation loses its grip, and you rise above the trap of darkness. Spiritual development then becomes the art of transforming hidden wounds into wisdom, guiding you closer to wholeness and to the light that was always within. 6. The development of the comfort game when you become unavailable. When you stop making yourself constantly available, you send a powerful message that your time and energy are not to be taken for granted. Carl Jung reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And stepping back from constant accessibility is part of that journey. By no longer being everyone's comfort zone, you reclaim your sovereignty, honor your inner life, and allow spiritual wisdom to guide you toward balance and self-respect. This act is not about selfishness, but about recognizing your worth and teaching others how to value your presence. The moment you withdraw, people notice the change. Some will resist, trying to pull you back into old patterns, while others will rise to respect your new boundaries. Jung's insight shows that absence creates value when your presence is no longer guaranteed. It becomes a rare and meaningful gift. True intelligence lies not only in knowing when to say yes, but in having the courage to say no. Spiritual awakening begins when you choose conscious giving instead of endless sacrifice, and your silence and distance speak louder than constant availability ever could. In this shift, you also confront the unconscious parts of yourself that once craved validation by always being needed. Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. By pulling back, you begin to see the fears hidden behind your availability, the fear of rejection, the fear of being forgotten, the fear of not being enough. As you bring these patterns into awareness, you step into a higher intelligence that frees you from living as a prisoner of others' demands. With space reclaimed, your energy aligns with deeper purpose. Creativity expands, clarity emerges, and the universe begins to mirror the standard you set for yourself. When you stop offering your presence cheaply, life offers you connections and opportunities that truly resonate with your spirit. You are no longer bound by the comfort game of others. You are guided by spiritual wisdom, self-respect, and inner authenticity. And it is here that you discover the truth. The day you stop being constantly available is the day everything in your life begins to change. 7. Silence is a kind of conscious power. Silence is not emptiness, but conscious power, the strength to withdraw from the noise of the world and listen to the truth within. Carl Jung reminded us that who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. And it is in silence that awakening begins. When you stop being endlessly available to everyone and everything, you no longer abandon yourself. You reclaim your energy, your clarity, and your soul. In spirituality, silence is not avoidance, but transformation. It is the soil where seeds of growth take root, the space where divine wisdom speaks, and the moment when spiritual awakening rises without interruption. In modern life, silence becomes resistance against distraction, a way to show that your time and energy have value. To say no, to pause, to choose stillness over reaction is not selfishness, it is intelligence and spiritual wisdom. When you step back from constant availability, people begin to meet you with respect instead of entitlement, because what is scarce becomes precious. Silence reshapes how others see you, but more importantly, it reshapes how you see yourself. In quiet reflection, you integrate your shadows, strengthen your individuality, and remember that your worth is not tied to how much you give, but to how true you remain to yourself. Silence is active strength, the discipline to observe without reacting, to heal without explaining, and to grow without demanding validation. It is the sacred language of the soul, a reminder that turning away from the world's noise is the first step to hearing the deeper call of your own spirit. In silence, you discover that your greatest availability must be to your own authenticity, and in that truth, everything changes. If this message resonates with your soul, comment below. I embrace the power of conscious silence. I choose peace over reaction. Your words might inspire someone else on their journey to inner strength. 8. The price of silence and choosing yourself. Carl Jung once said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." And that is the hidden price of silence, not emptiness, but the reclaiming of energy, dignity, and power. When you stop being endlessly available to others, you create space for spiritual development and discover that silence is not weakness, but strength, a shield that guards your soul in a world that constantly demands your attention. Choosing yourself is not selfish. It is the root of spirituality and spiritual awakening, reminding you that your worth is not measured by how much you sacrifice, but by how deeply you honor your own needs. To live always in yes is to abandon yourself and conform to the expectations of others. But to embrace silence is to step into individuation, the Jungian path of integrating shadows and becoming whole. In modern life, this may look like turning off your phone when the world demands replies, walking away from relationships that suffocate your spirit, or declining commitments that rob you of peace. Each quiet refusal is a declaration that your soul matters, your peace matters, and your spiritual development matters. The cost of silence is losing shallow validation and pleasing others, but the reward is gaining depth, clarity, and courage to stand in truth. Silence teaches more than words. Withdrawal from noise becomes wisdom, and choosing yourself becomes the highest form of love. It is here that you discover the paradox. When you stop being available to everyone, you finally become available to the life that was meant for you. 9. Rebirth from loneliness and basic choices. Loneliness, as Carl Jung reminds us, is not a curse, but a passage into rebirth, a moment where silence becomes the soil for awakening. When you stop being constantly available and withdraw from the demands of others, you begin to hear the intelligence of your own soul. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. It is in solitude that this awakening unfolds, when you no longer seek validation in noise, but honor the spiritual wisdom within. Stepping back may disturb those who relied on your presence, but this discomfort is proof that change is taking place. The instant you stop offering unlimited access to your energy, you reclaim your strength. Boundaries are not barriers. They are sacred doorways to clarity. Each no becomes a yes to authenticity. Each pause a declaration of self-respect. By making this simple choice, you stop living reactively and begin to live intentionally, guided by your deeper intelligence. This transformation is not about abandoning others, but about meeting yourself. Jung's teaching on individuation shows that loneliness is necessary, for only in silence can you confront the shadows you once escaped. By facing emptiness, you find wholeness. By embracing solitude, you discover freedom. Modern life glorifies constant connection, yet true spirituality blossoms when you dare to step back, when you choose selective presence over endless giving. In this space, fear of abandonment dissolves, because you learn to stand anchored in your own presence. As Jung said, loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important. When you honor your authentic needs, communication with yourself deepens and radiates outward. Your relationships become healthier, your choices clearer, and your energy more magnetic. Rebirth comes from choosing yourself, from embracing solitude as a teacher, and from recognizing that transformation begins the moment you stop being endlessly available and finally become available to your own soul. 10. Reset your energy levels and set boundaries. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that truth unfolds the moment you reset your energy and set boundaries. When you are always available, you quietly teach others that your time and spirit hold little value, and eventually you begin to believe it yourself. Boundaries are not selfish walls, but sacred lines of self-respect, reminders that your inner life is worth protecting and that your soul requires silence, rest, and reflection to thrive. Think of how you charge your phone each night. You would never expect it to run on an empty battery, yet you often demand this of yourself. Resetting your energy means plugging back into the source of life through prayer, meditation, or stillness, aligning with the whisper of your soul rather than the noise of the world. Every no to what drains you becomes a yes to your peace, clarity, and authenticity. And in that choice, your presence grows more powerful and magnetic. Boundaries also teach others how to value you. When you give selectively, your yes carries depth instead of obligation. Your energy nourishes rather than depletes, and your spirit shines without resentment. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, these limits act not as barriers, but as guardians of your purpose, creating space for growth, truth, and higher awareness. To reset your energy is to honor yourself, to reclaim your rhythm, and to awaken to a life that flows from the wisdom of your soul. And so, as Carl Jung reminds us, the moment you stop making yourself endlessly available, you discover the power of presence, boundaries, and self-respect. This simple shift can transform not only how others treat you, but also how you see yourself. If this message spoke to you, don't keep it to yourself like this video. Share it with those who may need the reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Be sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos filled with insight and inspiration. At 60, everything changes spiritually. Carl Jung once said, "We cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning." At 60, life takes on a new spiritual dimension, one that calls us to reflect, release, and rise into deeper wisdom. This is not the end of vitality, but the awakening of a richer chapter where spirituality becomes our greatest guide. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore why everything changes spiritually at 60 and how embracing these truths can bring peace, growth, and happiness. What about you? Have you noticed how aging has shifted your inner perspective? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear your experience. 1. The hidden curve of life at 60. Around the age of 60, something quiet but extraordinary begins to unfold within the human spirit. Outwardly, life may appear steady, familiar, even ordinary. The body slows a little. The pace of days feels calmer, and emotions soften into simplicity. Yet inside, a subtle axis turns. The soul begins to reorient itself, no longer clinging to the urgency of ambition or the constant desire to prove its worth. What once mattered, the applause, the titles, the endless race for achievement, starts to lose its hold. Instead, the soul leans inward, seeking the forgotten essence, the hidden treasures of meaning that were overlooked in the first half of life. Carl Jung captured this truth when he wrote, "The afternoon of life must also have a significance of its own, and cannot be merely a pitiful appendage to life's morning." At 60, you are stepping into that afternoon. And this transition is not just natural, it is deeply spiritual. This hidden curve does not arrive with drama, but with whispers. It gently erases the illusion that survival and recognition are the ultimate goals. You may notice yourself no longer needing to please others, no longer desperate to fit into roles designed by society. The very hunger that once drove you forward now transforms into a different kind of intelligence, an intelligence rooted in spiritual wisdom, reflection, and truth. Jung explained that the first half of life is about building, gathering possessions, shaping identity, securing place and purpose in the outer world. Yet the second half of life demands something else. It calls for integration, for balance, for the courage to turn inward. As he said, "What was great in the morning will be little in the evening, and what in the morning was true will in the evening have become a lie." This is not decline, it is awakening. The shift at 60 is not about giving up, but about tuning in. It is an invitation to see life from a higher vantage point, to measure your days not by productivity, but by presence. It is the season when wisdom outweighs ambition, when authenticity matters more than approval, and when the intelligence of the heart surpasses the cleverness of the mind. You are not retreating from the world. You are rediscovering your place within it. In this sacred transition, you realize that the true journey was never about chasing recognition, but about uncovering the wholeness already within you. And so, at 60, everything changes spiritually, because life itself redirects you toward what is eternal. Old ambitions dissolve, leaving space for clarity. The need to impress fades, revealing the desire to connect. What emerges is a deeper hunger, not for more achievements, but for truth, love, and alignment with the soul. This is where Carl Jung's intelligence and spiritual wisdom guide us. The recognition that the curve of life bends not toward endings, but toward awakening. To embrace this curve is to discover that the second half of life is not smaller, but infinitely greater. For it is here that the soul finally remembers itself. Have you ever noticed that hidden curve of life around 60, when everything begins to shift spiritually? If you've experienced this transformation, share your story in the comments so others can learn from it. If not, comment, "I will discover," to open yourself to this deeper journey of awakening. 2. From ego to soul. The first half of life is a long construction project, building the ego brick by brick. But as Carl Jung explained, the second half belongs to the soul. By the time a person reaches 60, the structures of identity, ambition, and approval begin to crumble under their own weight. The masks that once served us no longer fit. The pretenses we once carried feel heavy. And what rises in their place is a soul that demands authenticity. Many interpret the deep fatigue that appears at this stage as depression, but Jung called it clarity because the soul is no longer willing to waste energy on illusions. What feels like an ending is actually a beginning, a turning inward where spiritual awakening reveals itself as the deeper purpose of the years ahead. In earlier decades, the ego thrived on proving itself, chasing recognition, building careers, accumulating titles, and striving to meet the endless expectations of others. Yet by 60, that urgency fades, and the desire to impress dissolves, replaced by a quiet recognition that none of these things truly define who we are. This is the subtle but powerful shift from ego to soul, a redirection of energy from the external world of validation to the internal world of truth. Though it can feel unsettling, even disorienting, this discomfort is not decay, but transformation, not decline, but liberation. Jung reminded us that the afternoon of life cannot be lived by the rules of its morning, and this wisdom is a call to embrace a new dimension of spirituality where meaning is no longer borrowed from others, but drawn from the depths of our own being. In modern life, the signs of this shift are everywhere. People at 60 begin to ask different questions. What truly matters? What brings peace? What is worth my time and energy now? The endless pursuit of possessions and status often gives way to simplicity, presence, and depth. Many discover the freedom to finally say no without guilt, to rest without shame, and to choose relationships, creativity, and inner peace over ambition. This is not the loss of drive, but the discovery of a higher drive, the drive to live aligned with the soul rather than ego. Spirituality emerges here, not as an abstract concept, but as lived wisdom, guiding choices that honor authenticity, clarity, and peace. The very fatigue that once seemed like a burden becomes the proof of growth, a sign that the soul refuses to settle for the noise of the world when truth is calling from within. The journey from ego to soul does not erase the first half of life, but redeems it. Every challenge, every success, and every failure becomes raw material for transformation. Jung emphasized that wholeness, not perfection, is the true goal of maturity. And this stage of life invites us to gather all parts of ourselves into a deeper harmony. Shadows are not denied, strengths are not exaggerated, and wisdom is not borrowed but lived. At 60, spirituality is no longer an option. It becomes the compass. The soul no longer negotiates with masks or distractions. It insists on truth, and it insists on peace. What the world calls slowing down is in reality a sacred acceleration into meaning, clarity, and authenticity, where the light of wisdom finally outshines the demands of ego. 3. Integration of the past. At 60, life no longer demands that you chase after titles, cars, or recognition, because the focus shifts inward where the soul longs for something far greater: peace, silence, forgiveness, and the courage to face yourself without masks. This stage is not about regret, but about integration, a deep process of revisiting marriages, relationships, choices, and wounds, not to judge them, but to weave them into a meaningful whole. Every memory, whether joyful or painful, becomes part of the fabric of who you are, and spirituality begins to guide you away from ambition toward wholeness. The desire to impress others fades, and what rises in its place is the longing to heal, to forgive, and to rest in the truth of your own being. As you look back, you realize the past is not something to escape, but something to embrace. For every mistake has shaped your strength, every wound has opened a doorway to wisdom, and every broken dream has redirected you toward deeper truths. Old choices no longer carry the same weight of guilt or shame. Instead, they shine as teachers that refined your soul. Relationships once clouded with pain can now be seen through clearer eyes, revealing not only loss, but lessons that deepened your understanding of love and humanity. Integration allows you to gather these fragments and bring them home to the heart so that no part of your journey is wasted. Spiritual development at 60 teaches that forgiveness is no longer optional but essential. For without it, the soul remains divided. To forgive yourself is to free yourself, and to forgive others is to release the chains that bind both heart and memory. This is not weakness, but strength. The kind of strength that makes silence more powerful than words and stillness more healing than constant striving. In a world that glorifies youth and success, this stage whispers a liberating truth. Happiness is not found in what you achieve, but in what you accept, not in how much you acquire, but in how fully you embrace the life you have lived. Carl Jung reminded us that wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. At 60, this wisdom becomes alive, teaching that both light and shadow must be embraced if you are to be whole. You no longer need to hide your scars, for they are part of your story, nor deny your failures, for they shaped your courage. Spirituality at this stage is about authenticity, living without pretense, walking without fear, and finding beauty in the truth of your own existence. In this sacred space of integration, you come to see that your past was never a burden, but a teacher leading you to the wholeness your soul has always longed for. Comment below. I honor my past and embrace my growth. If you are ready to integrate your life's journey and step into this new chapter of spiritual awakening. 4. Awakening of the inner self. At 60, life takes on a deeper rhythm, and what once appeared to be an ending reveals itself as a new beginning. The body may slow, the days may appear quieter, but inside the soul turns toward its truest essence. Carl Jung wisely said, "We cannot live the afternoon of life according to the program of life's morning." And it is here, in this sacred turning point, that the inner awakening begins. The need to prove yourself fades. The urge to compete loses its fire, and the fear of judgment weakens. You realize that the masks you wore and the roles you played no longer serve you, and the soul longs to be authentic, to live in alignment with its purest form. This transformation is not dramatic or sudden, but a quiet shift, like a compass slowly pointing you back to yourself. Jung called this process individuation, the journey of becoming whole. And at 60, it arrives with clarity. No longer driven by endless ambition or the expectations of others, you begin to understand that true fulfillment lies not in accumulation, but in release. Spiritual wisdom unfolds like a hidden map, reminding you that the soul does not age. It only deepens, expands, and returns to the essence it has always carried. What once defined success numbers, recognition, approval, becomes less important. Instead, the measure of a life well lived is found in presence, in depth, in authenticity. Jung's words echo powerfully here. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. At 60, this awakening is unavoidable. You no longer chase the illusion of more. You savor the gift of what is. Every day becomes sacred, not because of how much it holds, but because of how fully you inhabit it. This is not retreat, but expansion. Aging is not decline, but refinement. The ego loosens its grip, and the soul rises in serenity. You forgive more easily, love more deeply, and allow your very presence to carry meaning. Life becomes about quality rather than quantity, truth rather than performance. In this stage, you see that the greatest treasures are not in what you own, but in who you become. At 60, you are not moving toward the end. You are awakening into wholeness, into freedom, into the timeless essence of the soul. 5. Embracing the shadow and forgotten parts. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." At 60, this truth becomes more visible than ever, because life begins to shift away from external pursuits and toward the forgotten parts of the soul. The reintegration of the shadow of those suppressed feelings, silenced intuitions, and neglected dreams emerges as an essential task. These hidden aspects, once pushed aside to meet society's demands, now resurface as possibilities, urging you toward study, creativity, or healing. The soul no longer obeys the world's clock, but instead listens to an inner call that cannot be ignored. This stage of life often reveals itself through subtle changes. The drive to impress others weakens, the need to prove oneself dissolves, and ambitions that once felt urgent lose their weight. What appears on the surface as slowing down is, in truth, a spiritual awakening, a reorientation of energy from outer striving to inner fulfillment. Spirituality at this point is no longer about belief alone, but about living with authenticity. guided by the intelligence of the spirit rather than the noise of external validation. Jung warned that when these whispers of the shadow are ignored, the result is stagnation, but when embraced, they become the seeds of renewal, creativity, and peace. Modern life can make this transition difficult, as it praises productivity and constant motion. Yet many people at 60 feel an undeniable shift. The corporate title or social status that once defined worth suddenly feels hollow compared to the joy of painting, writing, gardening, or mentoring. What might seem like a mere hobby is often the soul reclaiming the passions and callings that were sacrificed long ago. This is not regression, but completing the second half of life, asking for wholeness rather than ambition. It is the moment when spirituality moves from concept to lived experience, as the shadow reveals itself not as an enemy, but as a guide. These signals often arrive quietly. A restlessness when repeating old routines, a spark of joy when reconnecting with neglected passions, or a sense of clarity when sitting in silence, all point to the same truth. The soul is no longer content with artificial measures of success. It seeks alignment with timeless wisdom, urging you to step into authenticity. This inner voice may call you to forgive yourself for years of suppression, to create space for reflection, or to pursue a passion that once seemed impossible. To honor that voice is to allow the shadow to turn into light, to let spiritual awakening unfold as a natural part of life's design. At 60, the message is clear. You are not ending, but transforming. The journey shifts from chasing achievements to embracing wholeness, from proving yourself to finally living in truth. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the soul's intelligence knows when it is time to turn inward. And when you follow that call, you discover freedom beyond the limits of time, a peace that ambition could never provide, and a deeper awakening that carries you into the most authentic chapter of your life. 6. Freedom, beauty, and spiritual maturity. At 60, life begins to whisper a different song, one that invites you into a deeper state of spirituality and spiritual development. And this transformation often feels like a gentle unveiling of your truest self. Freedom becomes the essence of your days. You no longer feel the need to apologize for your choices, justify your existence, or chase validation from others. After decades of carrying roles, responsibilities, and silent burdens, you suddenly step into a new kind of liberation, one that is not about breaking rules, but about honoring your soul. This freedom is graceful, quiet, and powerful, and it is here that you finally realize your worth has never depended on the approval of the outside world, but has always resided within your authentic presence. True beauty begins to radiate in ways that no mirror could ever fully capture. It is no longer the fleeting charm of youthful appearance, but the lasting glow of wisdom, serenity, and depth. Beauty at this stage flows from the strength of your character, the gentleness of your spirit, and the calm authority of your lived experiences. It unsettles those who are still chasing surface illusions, because your authenticity reflects back to them what they have not yet dared to embrace. Carl Jung once reminded us that the privilege of a life. 7. Individuation and spiritual depth. At 60, individuation deepens in a way that feels less like striving and more like surrendering into your true self. You begin to reconcile with the wounds of your past, to forgive yourself and others, and to embrace both light and shadow as necessary parts of wholeness. The scars that once seemed like burdens now reveal themselves as marks of strength, proof that you have endured and transformed. Forgiveness loosens the chains of regret and resentment, and in that release, you reclaim energy that had been trapped for decades. Life no longer demands perfection. It calls for authenticity, for the courage to live honestly with all that you are. Spirituality at 60 is not a doctrine to memorize, but a lived experience that flows through presence, awareness, and peace. The frantic rush of earlier years softens, and time itself changes, meaning it is no longer measured by how fast you can move, but by how deeply you can dwell in each moment. Fear, which once ruled so many decisions, begins to fade like a shadow at dawn, and wisdom rises quietly in its place. This wisdom is not loud or demanding. It radiates naturally, like light breaking through the clouds. Carl Jung reminded us that knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. At 60, you embody this truth, carrying both gentleness and strength, becoming more compassionate, less reactive, and more at peace with life's contradictions. Intelligence at this stage is no longer about accumulation of facts or achievements. It becomes spiritual wisdom, a higher form of intelligence that integrates experience, failure, and joy into a deeper understanding of what it means to live. You realize the journey was never about competing or proving, but about awakening. Instead of constantly doing, you discover the freedom of simply being. It is not retirement from life, but a graduation into a richer way of living, where reflection holds more value than performance and authenticity outweighs ambition. In a world that idolizes speed and productivity, reaching 60 offers a sacred counterpoint. The realization that true richness is found not in endless activity, but in presence. By embracing both your strengths and vulnerabilities, you embody a spiritual awakening that quietly blesses everyone around you. You no longer inspire by striving, but by existing fully as yourself. Jung's words echo here. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. At 60, awakening is no longer an idea you chase. It becomes your lived reality, a quiet and luminous truth that turns ordinary days into moments of timeless depth. 8. Living in truth and wholeness. At this stage of life, the soul whispers more clearly, and the old demands of perfectionism, control, and rigid roles begin to lose their grip. The endless striving to meet expectations or prove worth feels unnecessary, as authenticity becomes the true measure of living. In this shift, the heart opens to creativity, not as a performance, but as a natural expression of being painting, writing, tending to the garden, or simply watching the sunrise becomes a spiritual practice. Solitude, once feared as emptiness, transforms into a sanctuary of freedom where the soul feels most alive and connected. Relationships evolve as well, no longer based on convenience or shallow approval, but on depth, nourishment, and resonance. People who cannot meet you in this space may fade away, while those who remain reflect your truest self back to you. The bonds you now cherish are the ones that honor presence, compassion, and genuine connection. This transition mirrors Jung's insight that the second half of life is not about climbing higher, but about descending inward, where the ego bows to the soul. The surrender of ego is not a defeat, but a victory of wisdom, a recognition that peace comes not from achievement, but from essence. In modern life, where noise, performance, and validation dominate, this transformation is radical. To step out of the race and into authenticity is to reclaim your energy and joy. Spiritual awakening here means choosing simplicity over complexity, presence over distraction, and truth over pretense. It is saying yes to what nourishes you and gently letting go of what no longer serves. Perfectionism is answered with the quiet knowledge that you are already whole, and the urge to control is softened by trust in life's unfolding. Living in truth and wholeness means discovering that freedom is not found in having more, but in being more. It is the gentle courage to live aligned with your soul, to find joy in the ordinary, to savor the silence as deeply as the laughter, and to let each day reflect who you really are without disguise. In this space, life is no longer measured by titles or possessions, but by the depth of presence and the authenticity of being, where the ego steps aside and the soul finally takes its rightful place at the center of existence. And so, as Carl Jung reminds us, reaching 60 is not just a number. It is a doorway to a deeper spiritual awakening, a time when the soul calls us to live with greater wisdom, purpose, and inner peace. If this message has touched your heart, I invite you to reflect on your own journey and share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who may need this encouragement, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos filled with insight and inspiration. The silent collapse of critical thinking. Carl Jung reveals widespread collective stupidity. As Carl Jung once said, "Thinking is difficult, that's why most people judge." In today's world, flooded with noise and endless information, true critical thinking is silently disappearing. But what happens to our lives and our society when we stop questioning, stop reflecting, and simply follow the crowd? Here at Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover this hidden danger and why it matters more than ever for your personal growth and happiness. I'd love to hear from you. Do you believe people are losing the ability to think deeply for themselves? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your perspective could inspire someone else on their journey. 1. The disappearance of critical thinking. Modern society is slowly losing one of its greatest treasures, the ability to think critically. Instead of pausing to question, reflect, and reason, many people now accept surface-level opinions and collective narratives as if they were unquestionable truths. What philosophers describe as collective stupidity is not just a distant idea, it is visible in daily life, from the way people consume news to how they follow trends without ever asking, why? Or, is this really true? Carl Jung once said, "Thinking is difficult, that's why most people judge." His words reveal the uncomfortable truth. Genuine thinking requires courage, effort, and independence, but judgment, conformity, and blind acceptance are far easier. The noise of modern information overload plays a major role in this collapse. Every day, you are bombarded with headlines, posts, videos, and opinions, all competing for your attention. The sheer volume tricks the mind into shortcuts. Confirmation bias makes you cling to what feels familiar. Groupthink pushes you to agree with the crowd, and emotional reactions replace calm reasoning. When the external noise is louder than your inner voice, intelligence becomes dull, and wisdom is forgotten. Spiritual wisdom teaches that silence and reflection are gateways to clarity. Yet silence is precisely what most people avoid in today's restless culture. Speed is another trap. In a world that glorifies urgency, the faster an opinion spreads, the more credible it appears. But speed is not the same as truth. Quick judgments might soothe the ego's need for certainty, but they rarely nurture genuine understanding. Albert Einstein reminded us, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Taking time to slow down, ask deeper questions, and embrace uncertainty is no weakness. It is a profound act of intelligence. True spiritual awakening often begins with admitting, I do not know yet, and from that humility, real wisdom can grow. Echo chambers further deepen the problem. Algorithms feed you what you already like, creating the illusion that the whole world agrees with you. It feels comfortable, even safe. But Carl Jung's psychology warns that growth only occurs when you face the shadow of those uncomfortable truths that challenge your identity. By seeking out voices that respectfully disagree, you expand your awareness, sharpen your mind, and develop resilience against manipulation. Socrates, the father of philosophy, declared, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Examination is not about negativity. It is about living fully awake instead of drifting with the crowd. Yet awareness alone is not enough. Practice is required. Start by consuming information slowly, reading one meaningful article deeply instead of skimming 10 shallow ones. Distinguish facts from stories and reframe what you learn in your own words. Then stress test your ideas. Ask yourself, what would a wise critic challenge here? And answer honestly. Most importantly, honor the mystery of life by holding space for uncertainty. This is not ignorance. It is spiritual wisdom in action, because the willingness to remain open is the foundation of growth. Spirituality and intelligence are not enemies. They are allies. Spiritual awakening is not abandoning reason. It is expanding it, aligning the intellect with conscience and inner truth. Jung's process of individuation asks you to integrate both the conscious mind and the unconscious depths, so that your decisions are guided by wholeness rather than by the pressure of the crowd. This is how you reclaim sovereignty of thought, by uniting critical thinking with spiritual wisdom. And so, the collapse of critical thinking does not have to be your story. Collective stupidity may spread like fog, but you are not powerless. One thoughtful choice each day, choosing silence over noise, reflection over reaction, honesty over pretense, can restore your inner clarity. By doing so, you not only protect yourself, but also inspire others. In times of confusion, the world does not need more loud voices. It needs wise ones. And that begins with you. Comment below, I choose critical thinking, if you're ready to rise above the noise and reclaim your power of awareness. 2. Systems conditioning. Obedience. Education, the very system meant to liberate the human mind, often does the opposite by rewarding memorization over imagination and conformity over curiosity. From the earliest years, children are trained to repeat rather than to question, to obey rather than to create. And this conditioning is not accidental. As Noam Chomsky and John Taylor Gatto have pointed out, these structures were deliberately designed to manufacture consent and obedience. Instead of nurturing the fire of individuality, the classroom frequently teaches the art of compliance, dimming the natural spark of inquiry that is essential for both spirituality and spiritual awakening. The irony lies in the fact that the very institution promising freedom of thought subtly programs obedience, embedding within society a mindset that values fitting in more than thinking freely. As life unfolds, this conditioning merely shifts its form rather than disappearing. The media, once perceived as a vehicle of awareness, now largely operates as an algorithm-driven echo chamber, feeding individuals only what aligns with their preferences and shutting out dissonant perspectives. Rather than broadening horizons, it locks people into cycles of confirmation bias, ensuring they see only what comforts them, never what challenges them. Carl Jung's words ring true here. People don't have ideas. Ideas have people. Today, ideas are manufactured, packaged, and algorithmically delivered in ways that hijack attention and shape entire realities before a person ever pauses to question. The collapse of critical thinking is not loud or violent. It is silent, disguised as entertainment, convenience, and relevance, until individuals unknowingly exchange discernment for distraction. This process creates a society vulnerable to what philosophers now call collective stupidity, not stupidity as a lack of intelligence, but as the absence of applied intelligence. It is the phenomenon of brilliant minds dulled into passivity by systems that prize obedience. The danger lies in its comfort. No one forces this submission, but through rewards of ease and conformity, people willingly surrender their intellectual independence. In classrooms, students are praised for repetition instead of originality, and in the digital world, reactions are valued over reflection. The end result is a collective mind stripped of depth, unprepared to question, and easily manipulated by narratives that demand no effort to accept. Yet within this decline lies the seed of awakening, for spirituality reminds us that awareness is the great act of rebellion. To resist this conditioning, one must begin with the courage to ask, why? Why do I believe this? Why do I trust this system? Why do I consume this narrative? Such questions ignite the process of spiritual awakening, revealing that liberation is not merely mystical, but deeply practical. The daily act of reclaiming your ability to think, discern, and choose consciously. Critical thought becomes a sacred act, a way of honoring the divine intelligence within and living beyond manipulation. In modern life, this can mean stepping outside the endless loop of algorithm-driven feeds to engage with perspectives that challenge and expand you. It can mean teaching children the power of curiosity rather than the comfort of rote answers. It can mean choosing reflection over reaction, solitude over noise, and authenticity over conformity. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. To look within is to see through the illusions of systems that thrive on passivity, and to awaken spiritually is to reclaim your sovereign mind. By doing so, you not only rise above collective conditioning, but also embody the antidote to society's silent collapse, an intelligent, awakened presence that brings light into a world dulled by obedience. Do you see how systems are conditioning obedience? If you do, stand firm in truth and declare it in the comments. I will not be controlled by the system. I choose spiritual wisdom. 3. Information overload and mental shortcuts. Every single day, the human brain is flooded with more information than it was ever meant to process. And under this pressure, it learns to take shortcuts. Instead of carefully weighing facts, it leans on patterns like cognitive biases, social proof, and groupthink. These shortcuts can sometimes be useful, helping us make decisions quickly. But when they dominate our inner life, they begin to quietly weaken our independence of thought. People start relying on what others believe instead of reasoning for themselves. And in doing so, they allow misinformation and conformity to spread almost effortlessly. Carl Jung once remarked, "Thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge." And his words ring even more true today, as many unconsciously choose imitation over reflection, repetition over reasoning, and belonging over truth. Social media makes this collapse even faster. A single trending post can shape the opinions of millions, not because it is true, but because it is popular. When everyone seems to agree, it feels safer to conform than to question. And this is the trap of social proof. Groupthink emerges when entire communities, institutions, or even nations adopt the same beliefs without daring to challenge them, repeating narratives that may be hollow or even dangerous. Intelligence, which should be the flame that guides humanity, is often dimmed to blend in with the collective. Jung described this as collective stupidity, a condition where people are unaware that their independence has been surrendered. The silent collapse of critical thinking doesn't announce itself. It creeps in gradually, every time someone chooses comfort over courage, approval over inquiry, and acceptance over authenticity. This is where spirituality and spiritual development become powerful tools of resistance. Real spirituality does not only connect you with the divine, it awakens your awareness and restores your ability to think clearly and choose wisely. Spiritual awakening means learning to pause before absorbing what the crowd says, to listen to your own inner compass, and to ask yourself, does this align with truth? Does this carry wisdom? Does this nourish my growth or feed my fear? Spiritual development strengthens this discipline, allowing you to hold steady even in a storm of information. It teaches you that your mind is sacred, not something to be controlled by algorithms, mass opinion, or the loudest voices in the room. The message is simple yet urgent. Do not hand over your critical thinking to the collective. Seek truth beyond appearances. Question what you consume, and nurture your spirituality as the foundation of clarity. Intelligence is not measured by the amount of information you absorb, but by how deeply you can discern meaning within it. By cultivating spiritual development, you rise above groupthink, resist the seduction of false certainty, and live with authenticity and courage. In doing so, you not only protect your own mind, but also become a beacon of truth in a society that has quietly forgotten how to think. Stay connected with our community of wisdom by subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore how to rise above information overload, awaken true critical thinking, and reclaim your spiritual awakening. Remember, you are not meant to drown in noise. You are meant to shine with clarity, intelligence, and inner truth. 4. Decline of reading and sustained attention. Digital media has reshaped the human mind in ways we often fail to notice, training us to skim quickly instead of reflecting deeply. The endless stream of headlines, notifications, and short bursts of content keeps us reactive but not reflective, fast but not wise. Marianne Wolfe warns that without sustained attention, true analysis and reflection vanish, eroding the very foundation of critical thinking. Carl Jung once said, "Thinking is difficult, that is why most people judge." And this truth echoes louder than ever today. When judgment replaces reflection, intelligence shrinks to surface-level reactions, and spiritual wisdom gets drowned in a sea of distraction. Every time you scroll through social media, skim an article, or switch rapidly between screens, you are training your brain to avoid patience, endurance, and contemplation. Deep reading, sitting with a paragraph until its meaning unfolds, wrestling with a complex idea, these acts strengthen the mind, yet they are becoming rare. Just as the body weakens when left unchallenged, the mind weakens when deprived of sustained thought. This erosion of mental endurance is not dramatic or loud. It is silent, subtle, and profoundly dangerous. As Socrates declared, the unexamined life is not worth living. Without the discipline to examine, reflect, and question, we risk drifting into unexamined lives, governed by noise rather than wisdom. A society that forgets how to read deeply soon forgets how to think critically. People without the habit of attention become vulnerable to shallow narratives, propaganda, and manipulation. What follows is the collapse of collective intelligence into what Jung described as the mass mind, where individuals abandon their own discernment and dissolve into the unthinking patterns of the crowd. This is not merely a decline in literacy. It is the silent collapse of critical thinking itself, and with it comes the rise of widespread collective stupidity. The loss is not just intellectual, but spiritual, because without reflection and depth, humanity loses its connection to inner truth. Yet the responsibility and the power to resist this collapse remain in your hands. Ask yourself when you last gave your full attention to a book, an essay, or even a single page without reaching for your phone. Ask yourself when you last sat in silence, letting your thoughts wander freely instead of filling every gap with stimulation. These small decisions shape your intelligence, sharpen your insight, and strengthen your inner life. To live with spiritual wisdom in this noisy world is to reclaim your attention, to practice patience with your thoughts, and to seek meaning beyond the superficial. Critical thinking begins with the simple act of paying sustained attention. Intelligence flourishes not in distraction, but in depth, and spiritual awakening requires you to slow down, focus, and absorb ideas until they transform you. Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. By resisting the pull of constant distraction and reclaiming the sacred space of reflection, you protect your independence of thought and awaken the deeper intelligence within. In a world rushing toward collective stupidity, choosing to read deeply, think independently, and reflect courageously is nothing less than an act of spiritual rebellion. 5. Emotional discomfort and ego protection. Critical thinking is not simply an intellectual exercise. It is a confrontation with the very core of who you believe yourself to be, and that is why so many find it unbearable. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And this truth reveals why discomfort so often sends people fleeing from inquiry. To think critically is to pierce the protective veil of the ego, to admit that your most cherished beliefs might be flawed, and to step willingly into uncertainty where the ground beneath your identity begins to tremble. Instead of embracing this path, people often retreat into tribal identities, clinging to slogans and surrounding themselves with echo chambers that protect them from having to change. These psychological shelters are not built on truth, but on ego protection, designed to silence the humility that authentic inquiry demands. In daily life, you can see how this pattern plays out. Scroll through social media, and you will find endless repetition of the same phrases, the same outrage, the same unexamined conclusions, recycled not to enlighten, but to validate. People cling to their group's narrative as if questioning it would annihilate them, because on a deeper level, their ego's survival feels at stake. But true spirituality, the kind that leads to spiritual awakening, asks you to do something radically different, to tolerate the unease, to welcome the disruption, and to surrender certainty in exchange for growth. Every act of critical thought becomes an act of spiritual wisdom, because it is not just the mind that awakens, it is the soul. The mechanism that keeps people locked in denial is cognitive dissonance, that inner tension we feel when reality contradicts what we want to believe. Rather than endure the tension and allow it to reshape us, we deny, defend, and distract ourselves. Yet the very discomfort we avoid is the medicine we need, for it reveals where illusion still has power over us. Jung's work reminds us that only by facing what is uncomfortable, the shadow, the contradictions, the blind spots, do we awaken to real intelligence. Avoidance may soothe the ego, but it starves the spirit. Confrontation may wound the ego, but it liberates the soul. In our modern world, this collapse of critical thinking shows up everywhere. In politics, people are quick to defend party lines instead of asking difficult questions. In consumer culture, people accept marketing narratives without reflection, buying into illusions of happiness. Even in relationships, people often repeat inherited patterns instead of questioning the beliefs that keep them trapped. Social media amplifies these tendencies, rewarding conformity, outrage, and shallow thinking over humility, nuance, and depth. But spiritual awakening begins the moment you decide to step out of the echo chamber and risk discomfort in the name of truth. When your beliefs are challenged and you feel that sting of resistance, that is the very moment you are invited to grow. Instead of rushing to defend yourself or escape into familiar narratives, pause and ask, what truth is trying to break through here? This pause is not just an intellectual act, it is a sacred act. It transforms your relationship with yourself and with reality. Intelligence then ceases to be about clinging to being right. It becomes about awakening to what is real, no matter how unsettling it may be. And in that surrender, you move beyond the ego's need for protection into the expansive clarity of spiritual wisdom, where growth, freedom, and true awakening finally become possible. 6. Social media and manipulation. Social media has quietly become one of the most powerful forces shaping the way people think, yet it erodes critical thought in ways many do not recognize. Platforms are not built to encourage reflection or patience. They are built to amplify speed, outrage, and emotional reaction. As Marshall McLuhan once said, "The medium is the message," and today that message is clear. What matters is not truth or wisdom, but virality. Instead of rewarding depth, the system rewards conformity, punishes thoughtfulness, and teaches people that the loudest voice will always be heard above the wisest one. The result is a culture where people no longer feel safe to express independent ideas because algorithms elevate emotional sparks over meaningful dialogue, leaving us with the illusion that popularity equals truth, while history shows that the greatest wisdom was often rejected at first. This distortion of values appears everywhere. Debates are reduced to noise, discussions turn into battles for attention, and opinions spread faster than facts because outrage fuels the machine. In this environment, Carl Jung's warning about the dangers of collective stupidity becomes painfully real. When individuals surrender their ability to think critically, they fall into the tide of the group mind, losing the independence of their inner voice. What could have been a tool for learning and connection often becomes a cycle of reaction, distraction, and imitation, where people trade away intelligence and spiritual wisdom for the fleeting satisfaction of belonging to the crowd. If you pause to look inward, the effect is undeniable. Hours spent scrolling rarely leave you feeling centered or wiser. Instead, they leave you scattered, reactive, and overwhelmed. Social media is not a neutral tool, it actively shapes consciousness, determining whether you move toward growth or toward passive acceptance of whatever narrative dominates the screen. True spirituality asks for awakening, for the courage to step back and question, to discern between what uplifts the soul and what merely consumes energy. Spiritual development depends on reclaiming this inner authority, choosing silence when noise is overwhelming, choosing reflection when reaction is demanded, and choosing truth when popularity shouts otherwise. The lesson is simple yet urgent. Do not surrender your critical thinking to algorithms designed to exploit your emotions. Slow down your responses. Nurture spaces where depth matters more than speed, and protect your mind as carefully as you protect your body. Ask yourself with honesty whether what you consume feeds your higher self or drains it, and act accordingly. In a time where critical thought is collapsing quietly but powerfully, resisting collective stupidity becomes an act of spiritual awakening. By choosing awareness over distraction, intelligence over conformity, and truth over virality, you step into the role of a conscious individual who carries clarity and wisdom in a world that desperately needs it. 7. Cognitive traps. Fast thinking, bias, groupthink. Daniel Kahneman revealed that the human mind often takes shortcuts through what he called fast thinking, a mode driven by instinct and emotion that helps us react quickly, but leaves us vulnerable when we neglect slow thinking, the deeper, reflective analysis that protects us from illusion. When we lean too much on speed, we stumble into traps such as confirmation bias, propaganda, and groupthink, mistaking comfort for truth and familiarity for wisdom. Even intelligent individuals are not immune, because intelligence without awareness easily becomes manipulation disguised as thought. Carl Jung once said, "Thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge." And this truth exposes why collective stupidity spreads so easily. People prefer quick judgments over the harder path of reasoning. Propaganda exploits this weakness by offering ready-made slogans instead of complex realities, while confirmation bias locks us into echo chambers that affirm our beliefs but quietly strip us of independence. Social media amplifies this danger by feeding us the same voices, the same patterns, until what feels like personal intelligence is only recycled noise, preventing real spiritual awakening and blocking the door to authentic wisdom. The more we surrender to the group, the more we silence our individuality. And this is where groupthink tightens its grip. Jung warned that the larger the crowd, the more negligible the individual becomes. And history proves this again and again as entire societies filled with brilliant minds fall prey to blind conformity. From political movements to financial manias, people abandon critical thought in exchange for the comfort of belonging, and in doing so, they trade their freedom for illusion. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that intelligence without courage collapses into imitation and fear. And what begins as harmless agreement becomes collective blindness. If you look closely at your own life, you may notice how often these traps whisper into your choices. You may have believed something simply because everyone else did, or dismissed an idea because it was uncomfortable, not because it was false. You may have stayed silent when your inner voice urged you to question, just to avoid rejection. These are not signs of weakness, but reminders of how subtle the human mind is, and how easily it drifts when not anchored. Yet this awareness is the first spark of freedom, because the moment you see the trap, you begin to step outside of it. Kahneman reminds us that slow thinking demands effort, but effort is the price of clarity. Jung reminds us that awakening demands courage, for true consciousness often means standing apart from the crowd. The truth is simple but powerful. You must guard your intelligence as a sacred gift. Question the narratives handed to you. Seek ideas that challenge your certainty, and refuse to let the roar of the masses drown the quiet authority of your own reason. To do so is to protect not only your mind, but also your spirit. For genuine spiritual wisdom is not about escaping reality, but about piercing through it with clarity. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. When you choose to slow down, reflect, and think for yourself, you step beyond collective stupidity and begin to embody a higher intelligence, an intelligence that liberates you, awakens you, and leads you into true freedom. 8. The spiritual dimension of critical thinking. Critical thinking, when seen through the lens of spirituality, is far more than the act of analyzing arguments or weighing evidence. It is the courage to look directly into the soul. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls." And this is exactly where the silent collapse begins. To think critically is to break free from the safety net of collective illusions, to question not only the world around you, but also the hidden motives within yourself. It demands courage to resist conformity, humility to release the ego, and detachment from the identity-based beliefs that keep you chained to the crowd. Spiritual awakening begins in that uncomfortable but liberating moment when you stop asking, "What group do I belong to?" and start asking, "What truth am I willing to face within myself?" In today's world, this dimension of thinking is more vital than ever, for information has become louder, faster, and more manipulative, tempting you to confuse noise for wisdom. Intelligence without reflection leads only to shallow reactions, while spiritual wisdom teaches that true understanding comes not from consuming more, but from pausing, questioning, and discerning. Each time you stop before reacting, each time you challenge your own assumptions rather than blindly echoing another's voice, you are exercising a spiritual discipline. Like a muscle, this practice grows stronger with use, and as it strengthens, so does your soul. The path is not easy. It requires patience in the face of uncertainty, strength to endure misunderstanding, and humility to accept when you are wrong. Yet this is where real transformation happens, in the silence between stimulus and response. in the willingness to sit with discomfort until clarity emerges. Spirituality reminds us that awakening is not about gaining new layers of belief, but about peeling away the illusions that have clouded vision for too long. Amid political propaganda, shallow entertainment, and the hypnotic pull of digital distraction, your soul longs not for conformity, but for authenticity. To think critically as a spiritual act is to refuse the easy path of convenience and instead align with truth, which always sets you free. Jung warned of the collective shadow, the darkness that grows when individuals abandon responsibility and allow the crowd to think for them. To give away your critical mind is to give away your soul. For individuality is the very bridge that connects you to higher wisdom. Spiritual awakening means reclaiming this birthright, daring to see where others look away, daring to speak where others remain silent, daring to walk the path of truth, even if it isolates you. In this way, critical thinking becomes your compass, your shield, and your liberation. It is the union of intelligence and spirit, guiding you toward deeper meaning, greater freedom, and an authentic life rooted not in illusion, but in the eternal light of wisdom. And so, as we reflect on the silent collapse of critical thinking and the rise of collective stupidity, remember this: awareness is the first step to reclaiming your power. Carl Jung reminded us that thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge. But you don't have to follow the crowd. Choose instead to question, to reflect, and to awaken. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with those who need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos, where we continue to explore the depths of spirituality, psychology, and awakening. The day you stop chasing is the day the universe starts responding. Carl Jung's hidden energy law. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist persists." In life, the harder we chase after love, success, or happiness, the more elusive they often become. But something shifts when we stop running and start allowing. Suddenly, the universe begins to respond in ways we never imagined. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover the hidden energy law that reveals why surrendering is the key to true manifestation. Have you ever experienced a moment where things finally flowed once you let go? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's explore together how releasing the chase can open the doors to growth, joy, and fulfillment. 1. Chasing is an energy of lack. When you are caught in the act of chasing love, success, or validation, you unknowingly radiate the energy of lack, a vibration that says, "I don't have, I am not enough." This frequency is not hidden from the universe. It is written into the fabric of your energy field. And no matter how many words you use to mask it, energy always speaks louder than appearances. Carl Jung once remarked, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Chasing is precisely that unconscious program. It directs your life without your awareness, pushing away the very things you long to receive. Have you noticed how the more you wait for someone's message, the longer the silence stretches? Or how the harder you try to prove your worth, the more invisible you seem? This is not because you are unworthy, nor is it because life is cruel. It is because the universe mirrors your frequency, not your intentions. When your vibration carries fear, lack, and desperation, reality reflects back more experiences of emptiness. Chasing is nothing more than fear in disguise. Fear that without validation, without achievement, without recognition, you are incomplete. And this fear becomes the loudest signal you send out into the world. The intelligence of spiritual wisdom teaches us that the key is not to abandon desire, but to transform the energy beneath it. To stop chasing means to shift from a frequency of need into a frequency of sufficiency. When you embody wholeness, when you live from the truth that you already are enough, your vibration changes. The universe, attuned to frequency, begins to respond differently. Love, opportunities, and recognition flow toward you not because you demanded them, but because your energy field has become a natural match to abundance. Jung understood this deeply when he said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." To stop chasing is to awaken, to stop searching for completion outside and realize it has always been within. In daily life, this wisdom means releasing anxious striving and trusting in alignment. Instead of running after every chance, you allow opportunities that harmonize with your essence to find you. Instead of clinging to people's attention, you cultivate inner respect, and those who truly recognize your light are drawn naturally. Instead of obsessing over outcomes, you rest in faith, knowing that what belongs to you will never miss you. This is not passivity. It is intelligent living. It requires trust in the unseen, awareness of your own patterns, and the courage to embody the wholeness you already possess. The law is simple yet profound. The day you stop chasing is the day the universe starts responding. When you release the vibration of lack and step into the vibration of sufficiency, the flow of abundance becomes inevitable. As Gandhi said, "The moment the slave resolves that he will no longer be a slave, his chains fall." In the same way, the moment you decide you will no longer chase, the chains of lack dissolve, and reality reshapes itself around your completeness. This is the hidden energy law Carl Jung pointed to, and it is one of the most powerful truths of spiritual awakening. You do not manifest by running after life. You manifest by aligning with the energy of already being. Have you ever noticed how chasing after something only makes it slip further away? Share your own experience in the comments so others can learn from you. And if you haven't reflected on this energy of lack before, simply comment, "I choose alignment," to begin shifting your vibration today. 2. Consciousness is a living magnetic field. Consciousness is not a lifeless idea, but a living magnetic field, constantly transmitting signals that shape your destiny. Carl Jung explained that both the conscious and the unconscious mind generate energy that merges into a single field, and this field never lies. No matter how carefully you choose your words, people sense your vibration far more deeply, whether it is fear, insecurity, or confidence, and this perception influences how they respond to you. In truth, your inner world is always mirrored in your outer experiences, making your energy more honest than your language and more powerful than your appearance. You may try to smile, act composed, or pretend that everything is fine. Yet if within you resides fear or self-doubt, others can feel it without a word being spoken. This is why Jung's wisdom matters so much in modern life. Think of the uneasiness you feel around someone who is anxious even before they speak, or the calm relief that settles over a room when a grounded person enters. These are not coincidences. They are evidence of the invisible field of consciousness at work, proof that people instinctively read your energy before your sentences ever reach their ears. What you cultivate inside becomes a mirror that the universe holds up to you. Doubt and scarcity invite experiences of missed chances and closed doors, while faith, clarity, and resilience attract opportunities aligned with your growth. As the timeless scripture reminds us, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. This truth is echoed in the subtle dialogue between your inner vibration and the reality it summons. In the rush of today's world, appearances may dominate through social media filters and polished words, but no filter can disguise the true frequency of your being. A message posted from comparison or envy falls flat, but words born from authenticity, confidence, and spiritual wisdom carry a resonance that cannot be ignored. Spiritual awakening, therefore, is not a single grand revelation, but the daily practice of aligning your inner frequency with the life you wish to live. It calls you to ask yourself honestly, what energy am I radiating right now? And to recognize that this answer will shape what the world reflects back to you. If you long for love, you must first embody love. If you seek respect, you must cultivate respect within your own being. If you desire abundance, you must shift your inner dialogue from lack to sufficiency. Life does not echo back what you chase in desperation. It returns what you already are in essence. This is why Jung's teaching remains timeless. The magnetic field of consciousness does not bend to pretend it responds only to truth. To live in harmony with this law is to stop chasing, to release the vibration of need, and to root yourself in wholeness. When you no longer send out signals of emptiness, the universe responds with fullness. When you stop grasping for what you think you lack, you create space for life to meet you with grace. Your energy is always speaking, always declaring what you believe about yourself, and always shaping the reality you walk into. Choose wisely what you carry within, because it is already writing the story the universe will reflect back to you. 3. The shadow and projection. When longing is born from a wounded ego, it awakens what Carl Jung called the shadow, the hidden fragments of yourself that you have denied, suppressed, or buried in silence. These shadows are often the result of past wounds, such as rejection, loneliness, or feelings of worthlessness, and when left unresolved, they silently influence how you move through life. When you chase after love, recognition, or success from a place of fear, you unknowingly project these wounds onto others. It is not truly the person, the job, or the opportunity that you are running after. It is the hope that their presence or approval will mend the aching fractures within you. Yet in doing so, you send out an energy of lack, and that energy becomes a magnet for disappointment. The world, as Jung reminded us, is less an objective reality and more a mirror of your unconscious self, reflecting not what you consciously desire, but what you unconsciously still carry. This is why spirituality and spiritual development cannot be about chasing or pretending, but about becoming and healing. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If your unconscious is filled with suppressed pain, every effort to grasp at happiness will be colored by that pain. You may find yourself repeating the same cycles, loving people who do not love you back, working tirelessly only to feel unseen, or watching opportunities slip away just when you thought you had them. These are not random cruelties of life. They are reflections of the inner scripts you have not yet rewritten. Projection ensures that the wounds you resist will always reappear before you until you face them. To walk the path of true spiritual awakening, you must learn to see these reflections as invitations. Instead of blaming the outside world, turn inward and notice the feelings that rise when you are ignored, the fears that surface when you feel unworthy, and the patterns that repeat when you try to prove yourself. By embracing the shadow with compassion rather than denial, you begin to reclaim your energy. Healing does not mean faking positivity or pretending the wounds never existed. It means gently transforming them into sources of wisdom and strength. With each moment of awareness, you soften the grip of the shadow and shift the vibration you project into the world. When your energy no longer whispers, "I am not enough," the universe stops sending you proof of your lack and begins to align with your wholeness. Instead of chasing validation, you radiate authenticity. Instead of projecting pain, you project peace. Life, in turn, mirrors this new vibration back to you, not by accident, but by law. And this is where spirituality shows its true power. Your inner transformation shapes your outer reality. The lesson is clear. Chasing from fear will always keep what you seek out of reach, but healing within allows life to flow toward you effortlessly. By honoring your shadow and integrating it into the light of awareness, you step into a state of balance where you no longer need to pursue, because what is meant for you will naturally find its way. This is the silent but profound truth of spiritual development, and it is the wisdom Jung left us with. The universe responds not to your desperate reaching, but to the calm strength of your healed and awakened self. Comment below. I choose to face my shadow. If you are ready to stop projecting, embrace self-awareness, and allow the universe to truly respond to your inner light. 4. You attract who you are, not what you want. You do not attract what you want. You attract who you are. When your energy is built on fear, desperation, or neediness, it vibrates at a frequency that life must echo back to you. And instead of love, success, or peace, you meet indifference, failure, and disappointment. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That truth is alive in the way your hidden energy patterns silently script your relationships, your opportunities, and even your sense of self. Have you noticed that the harder you chase a reply, the quieter the silence becomes? The more you long to be seen, the more invisible you feel. It is not punishment, nor proof that you are unworthy. It is an energy law at work. Your body is broadcasting, "I lack, I need," and the universe, like a mirror, responds accordingly. The shift begins when you stop chasing and start choosing presence. Healing is not about controlling outcomes. It is about shifting from ego-driven control to soul-centered awareness. Your ego fears uncertainty, so it clings, pushes, and performs. But your soul already knows that worthiness is not earned, it is remembered. Intelligence is not only the sharpness of the mind, it is also the inner intelligence of being able to sit with your feelings without rushing to fix or hide them. When you allow yourself to breathe into your fear, to notice the story that whispers, "I am not enough," you loosen the grip of unconscious patterns, and your energy softens into truth. As Rumi beautifully wrote, "What you seek is seeking you, but only when your signal is steady enough to be received." This is where spiritual wisdom meets psychology. Jung taught that we project what we repress, and chasing often reveals the parts of ourselves we have abandoned. When you run after external validation, you are really searching for the fragments of self-love you left behind. Integration means bringing those parts home, accepting them as yours, and standing in your own completeness. From there, you no longer chase relationships. You create connections. You no longer beg for opportunity. You embody readiness. You no longer plead for peace. You practice it daily. Life changes when your vibration changes. A calm nervous system is magnetic. A grateful heart draws more to be grateful for. A person who knows their value no longer sends out frantic signals of lack. Presence, not pursuit, creates attraction. By embodying love, steadiness, and self-respect, you give reality something true to respond to. Chasing says, "I need this to be whole," while presence says, "I am whole, and from that wholeness, I create." That is the hidden energy law Carl Jung pointed toward. The day you stop chasing is the day the universe starts responding. If you're ready to embody this truth, repeat after me. I attract who I am, not what I chase. I align with my highest self, and the universe responds to my being. 5. Example of Carla. Carla's life looked like progress from the outside. She read books, practiced self-reflection, and searched deeply within. But beneath all of that effort, her energy was still quietly reaching outward, waiting for someone to confirm her worth. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." And this truth was alive in her story. Despite her self-work, her unconscious vibration still carried the frequency of lack, whispering that she was incomplete unless rescued by another. That hidden energy shaped her reality in ways she could not control, leading to repeated heartbreak and relationships that collapsed, not because she was unworthy, but because energy never lies. When you live in the vibration of lack, you call more lack into your life, no matter how carefully you try to hide it with words, smiles, or appearances. The turning point came when Carla stopped waiting for someone else to save her and chose herself fully. Spirituality is not about being rescued, but about reclaiming your wholeness. And her spiritual awakening began the moment she realized that love is not something to chase, but something to radiate. When she shifted her inner voice from "I need" to "I am," her energy field transformed, and so did the world around her. She no longer entered conversations with silent desperation or shaped her identity around whether others noticed her. She became centered, whole, and present. Paradoxically, this is when life began to respond. Without her trying, people sensed her shift. They felt her calm strength, her independence, her completeness, and the universe mirrored it back. Jung reminded us, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that is the privilege Carla finally lived into when she embraced herself without conditions. In the reality of modern life, this lesson is more urgent than ever. Think of how often you find yourself waiting for a message that never comes, refreshing your inbox for a promotion that keeps being delayed, or scrolling through social media, hoping for recognition that leaves you emptier than before. Each moment spent chasing carries the energy of lack, and that vibration silently pushes what you desire further away. The pressure of today's world amplifies this cycle, but the law remains unchanged. Chasing creates distance, while wholeness creates attraction. The awakening Carla experienced is not unique. It is available to you whenever you stop outsourcing your value and decide that your worth is intrinsic, unshakable, and already complete. This is not arrogance, but alignment, not selfishness, but self-realization. The truth is simple, yet transformative. When you stop waiting for love to arrive and embody love within yourself, love finds you. When you release the need for validation and stand in your own presence, respect comes naturally. When you choose yourself without apology, the universe chooses you in return. Carla's story is a reminder that spirituality is not about escaping the human experience, but transforming it from within. The day you stop chasing is the day you begin becoming. And when you embody fullness instead of lack, life responds with the very abundance you once believed you had to pursue. 6. Example of Natalia. Natalia's journey reveals a profound truth about healing and spirituality. After walking away from a toxic relationship, she believed she had let go, convincing herself that her mind was free. Yet deep down, anxiety still guided her choices, reminding her that true release had not yet taken place. Her therapist gently pointed out the reality. The mind may let go, but energy lingers until it is transformed. Carl Jung described this phenomenon as the compulsion to repeat, where unhealed wounds and unresolved patterns replay themselves in our lives until we face them fully and integrate their lessons. In Natalia's case, her energy continued to carry the vibration of lack, and the universe, always responding to energy before words, mirrored that state back to her. This is where spiritual development becomes essential, because it teaches us that true healing does not end with intellectual understanding. It requires the alignment of thoughts, emotions, and energy. You may notice the same pattern in your life. When chasing love, success, or peace only seems to push it further away. Jung's wisdom helps us understand why. The act of chasing is born from a sense of emptiness, and emptiness only attracts more of itself. Natalia's lingering anxiety was not a flaw, but a signal pointing her toward a deeper layer of awakening. She was being asked to step into a higher level of spirituality, one where pretending to be healed is no longer enough, and where the unspoken energy of "I am not enough" must be acknowledged and transformed. This is why spiritual awakening is not about masking your wounds, but listening to the vibrations beneath them, turning the unconscious into the conscious so that it no longer governs your destiny without your awareness. Jung himself reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Think of how many times life has brought you back to the same relationship patterns, the same disappointments, or the same inner battles, even when you thought you had changed. These repetitions are not punishments, but invitations, guiding you to recognize what within you still calls for healing. Natalia's turning point arrived not when she suppressed her anxiety, but when she listened to it with compassion and curiosity. This is the essence of spiritual development, choosing to meet your inner signals with awareness rather than resistance, choosing to grow rather than repeat. When you stop running from your pain and instead integrate it into your understanding, you stop feeding the cycle of repetition. You begin to act from a place of wholeness rather than woundedness, and in that shift, life itself changes course. The lesson is timeless. Healing is not only about the absence of pain, but the presence of inner harmony. Spirituality teaches us that the universe responds not to the words we speak, but to the energy we embody. When you declare with your entire being that you are complete and worthy, the universe answers with relationships, opportunities, and peace that match that truth. Natalia's story reminds us that freedom comes not from cutting off the past, but from embracing it so deeply that it no longer defines us. And so the invitation for you is clear. Stop chasing what you think is missing. Start aligning with the energy of sufficiency within, and allow the universe to finally respond to the wholeness you have always carried inside. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more inspiring stories like Natalia's, and discover how the universe responds when you stop chasing and start aligning with your true energy. 7. Control versus surrender. Control is nothing more than fear disguised as strength, a defense born of an ego that is not yet healed. When you try to control every detail of your life, every relationship, and every outcome, you are not standing in true power. You are standing in anxiety. The ego whispers that without control, you will lose. And in that moment, you are no longer moving with the flow of the universe, but against it. Carl Jung reminded us that what remains unconscious will rule your life, and you will call it fate. This is why control leads you to repeat the same cycles of disappointment, because behind the desire to hold on tightly lies the deeper vibration of fear. The fear of not being enough, the fear of being abandoned, and the fear of losing identity. True surrender is not weakness, and it is not passivity. It is the courageous act of trust, the release of the need to force or chase outcomes. To surrender does not mean to give up your dreams. It means to release the illusion that you must control how, when, or where they manifest. Think of the seed resting in the soil. It does not chase the sun. It simply grows toward the light, because the intelligence of nature has already designed the process. Surrender is choosing to align with that design, to remember that life itself has an intelligence far greater than your conscious mind. Jung spoke of the collective unconscious, a hidden field of wisdom that guides and responds the moment you stop resisting and start trusting. When you surrender, you awaken to a higher truth. The universe responds not to your desperate actions, but to your state of being. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that by confronting the fear that fuels control, you step out of unconscious repetition and into conscious creation. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This is why surrender is not defeat, but liberation. It frees you from old wounds and opens the door to synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences Jung described, where the outer world begins to mirror your inner awakening. You have already felt this in your own life. The more you chase approval, the more it slips away. The harder you cling to control, the more drained you feel. Yet when you step back, breathe, and trust, things often fall into place with surprising ease. This is not an accident. It is energy law. Your energy field, more honest than your words, broadcasts either lack or alignment. When it radiates fear, life mirrors resistance. When it radiates trust, life reorganizes itself in your favor. So look within and ask, where are you still clinging, forcing, or chasing? What would shift if you replaced control with trust? As Lao Tzu once said, "When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be." In the same way, when you let go of control, you step into the hidden intelligence of the universe. Control imprisons you in fear, but surrender releases you into wisdom. And when you finally stop chasing, you discover that the universe has been waiting all along to respond. 8. Presence and vibrational detachment. Presence is the deepest source of power because it asks nothing, chases nothing, and proves nothing, yet it transforms everything. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. And when you turn inward, you discover that the fulfillment you seek has always been within. Presence in spirituality is not passive, but alive. It is the art of aligning with life itself. In this state, your energy no longer whispers, "I lack," but instead declares, "I am whole." And the universe begins to mirror that wholeness back to you in countless ways. Vibrational detachment flows from this presence, teaching you to stop betraying yourself for validation or acceptance. Modern life constantly pressures you to please, perform, or wear masks. But detachment is not indifference. It is choosing authenticity over illusion. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows that the more you attach your worth to external approval, the more it slips away. But when you step back from chasing recognition, you reclaim your inner authority and free yourself from the endless cycle of lack. To stand firm in your truth is to tell the world without words, "I will no longer abandon myself." And this silent declaration reshapes the entire field of energy around you. From that place of stillness, authenticity becomes your natural radiance, and authenticity is irresistibly magnetic. In a world full of facades, the vibration of truth shines like a lighthouse in the dark. Your presence speaks before you do, and it draws to you the people, opportunities, and experiences that resonate with your essence. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And when you embody this, you create a field of wholeness that cannot be ignored. The more you live aligned with your true self, the less you need to prove anything, and the more life flows toward you effortlessly. Presence, detachment, and authenticity are not signs of withdrawal, but of spiritual awakening and maturity. They remind you that you do not need to chase love, success, or recognition, because what is meant for you cannot miss you. Choosing rest without guilt, saying no to what drains your spirit, and trusting your inner wisdom are practical ways to embody this truth. The day you stop chasing is the day you allow life to respond, not because the outside world suddenly changes, but because your vibration shifts into harmony with your soul. And from that frequency, everything really begins to find its way back to you. And so, the hidden law of energy reminds us that when we stop chasing, we create space for the universe to respond in its own perfect rhythm. The truth is, alignment is more powerful than pursuit, and surrender is the doorway to receiving. If this message has inspired you, I invite you to continue this journey with us. Please like this video, share it with someone who needs this wisdom, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos, where we explore more of Carl Jung's insights and timeless spiritual truths. Quantum shifting isn't complicated. That's the problem. As Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Today, I invite you to look within and realize that the shift you've been searching for isn't as complicated as your mind has made it. Quantum shifting happens not when you force, chase, or struggle, but when you finally allow yourself to be still and aligned. Imagine what could change in your life if you stopped complicating what was meant to be simple. Have you ever noticed that the biggest breakthroughs often come in the quietest moments? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your experience might be the key that inspires someone else's awakening. 1. The shift is a subtle moment, not a long struggle. The idea that transformation must be the result of endless effort is one of the greatest illusions of our time. People often imagine that only through years of meditation, countless rituals, or tireless attempts at self-improvement can they access real change. Yet true quantum shifting is far more subtle. It is not earned by struggle, but revealed in an instant, the very moment you stop fighting with life. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This points to the hidden truth. The instant you stop forcing, doubting, and chasing, the unconscious loses its grip and a door opens that has been there all along. The universe does not respond to desperation. It responds to presence. It is not when you push harder or repeat affirmations with clenched fists that the shift arrives. It comes when your inner world becomes still, when intelligence and spiritual wisdom meet in silence. Albert Einstein once reminded us, "Everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler." Quantum shifting is exactly this kind of simplicity, and that is what confuses the ego most. The ego thrives on complication, insisting that the path must be difficult to be valuable. Yet the truth is that the most powerful transformation is available in the quiet surrender of this very moment. Think about the times you let go in your own life. When you stopped obsessing over love, the right person appeared. When you released fear around money, opportunities surfaced as if out of nowhere. These were not coincidences. They were moments of alignment. Jung observed the same in his clinical practice. Breakthroughs emerged when patients finally released the pressure to control everything. The psyche, freed from the weight of striving, naturally shifted into a higher state. In your own journey, the leap does not wait on perfection, but on surrender. The problem is that the mind resists this simplicity. It whispers, It cannot be this easy. And in believing that, you miss the doorway. Quantum shifting is not about adding more techniques or seeking hidden secrets. It is about peeling away what is false, noticing that the shift is already here. As Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Awakening is not a distant destination, but a change of state that happens the moment you stop resisting and start trusting. Comment below. I embrace the subtle shift. If you're ready to experience the power of transformation without the struggle. 2. Simplicity triggers resistance. Simplicity is the very thing the ego cannot stand, because the human mind has been conditioned to believe that value comes only through struggle, sacrifice, and endless effort. Carl Jung reminded us that until the unconscious is made conscious, it will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. And so when life suddenly offers an effortless path, the ego feels attacked, as if its entire identity is crumbling. To the ego, ease is suspicious, too good to be true. And so people unconsciously sabotage the very grace they once prayed for, pushing away the answers they long to receive. In spirituality, this paradox repeats again and again. The doorway is open, the light is near, and yet the ego mistrusts it because it is simple. Quantum shifting does not require years of forcing or endless complicated techniques. It happens in a single moment of surrender, the instant you stop chasing and start allowing. Life is like water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the faster it slips away. But when you relax, it stays. That is why the ego fears simplicity, because its survival depends on convincing you that only through pain and effort will you ever arrive. But the truth is that alignment is what creates transformation, not strain. The universe does not reward your suffering. It responds to your frequency, and simplicity is the frequency of trust. In modern life, this resistance shows up everywhere. People chase job titles, achievements, relationships, and endless healing methods, believing that the harder they try, the closer they will be to fulfillment. Yet often, they only feel emptier. Think of the times you distrusted an opportunity or relationship because it felt too easy, only to later realize it was exactly what you needed. The ego whispers that simplicity is nonsense. But as Jung noted, the pendulum of the mind swings between sense and nonsense, not right and wrong. What seems too simple to the ego may be the highest wisdom to the soul. Simplicity is not laziness, it is alignment. The river does not strain to reach the ocean. It flows naturally because that is its essence, and you do not have to earn your worth through endless resistance. When you stop overcomplicating what is already flowing, you allow spiritual awakening to reveal itself. This is the quiet power that the ego cannot grasp. When you stop fighting reality, reality begins to fight for you. The soul does not thrive on struggle, but on surrender. And in that surrender, doors open quickly that once seemed permanently locked. Simplicity is not the absence of effort, it is the presence of clarity. And when you trust that clarity, the shift happens effortlessly. Leave your like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss insights that awaken your mind. Remember, simplicity is the doorway to your greatest shifts. Type in the comments, I embrace simplicity and allow abundance into my life. 3. The field responds to clarity and frequency, not effort. The field responds to clarity and frequency, not effort. And this principle shows us that true spirituality and spiritual development are not about how much you push yourself, but about how clean and coherent your inner state is. Many people live believing that breakthroughs only come through endless strategies, complex techniques, and constant hustle. But the truth is that the universe mirrors back the quality of your inner signal, not the quantity of your actions. When your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are simple, clear, and aligned, life flows naturally, and opportunities arrive without strain. Just as a radio only delivers music when tuned to the right frequency, your reality shifts only when your vibration is free from static. Carl Jung often reminded us that the inner world creates the outer one, and when your unconscious is aligned, the outer reality cannot resist but follow that alignment. You may recall moments when no matter how hard you worked, nothing seemed to move forward. And yet, in other times, when you acted with ease, everything unfolded smoothly. This is not coincidence, but the result of energetic clarity. The ego complicates what is simple, making you believe more effort equals more results. But in spirituality, the reverse often proves true. Simplicity is not weakness, it is strength. When your inner field is uncluttered, you become magnetic to the shifts you seek. Instead of adding more, you allow what is essential to shine. It is like water in a lake. The more you stir it, the more distorted the reflection becomes. But when it is still, the truth of the reflection reveals itself. This lesson invites you to stop forcing and start aligning. Transformation is not born of chaos, but of coherence. You do not need to abandon your goals, but you must learn to approach them from a calm and centered state rather than a frantic and scattered one. Spiritual development asks you to be less of a chaser and more of a receiver, less concerned with proving effort and more focused on radiating clarity. Every time you breathe deeply, release doubt, and return to your center, you broadcast a frequency the field cannot ignore. The shift you desire is not delayed by lack of effort. It is delayed by lack of clarity. Your task each day is to clear your inner space. That may come through meditation, journaling, prayer, or even quiet moments in nature where your thoughts settle. As your energy becomes coherent, you discover that life bends with ease because the field is always listening to your vibration. The signal you send is what returns to you, and that is why simplicity is not only powerful, but essential. By keeping your inner world aligned, you unlock a quantum shift that strategy alone could never deliver. The field does not respond to how much you struggle. It responds to how clearly you shine. 4. Your unconscious broadcast, conscious intention. Your unconscious broadcast will always outweigh your conscious intention because the field reads your embodied frequency, not just the words you speak. It feels what you are, especially when no one is watching. And this is why subconscious scarcity or doubt easily overrides affirmations. You can say, "I am abundant," 1,000 times. But if deep down your energy still vibrates with fear or lack, the universe mirrors that hidden vibration back to you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly what happens when your unexamined beliefs quietly rule your reality. The truth is that your unconscious is like a radio tower, constantly broadcasting your real state of being. Every belief, every wound, every hidden fear sends out a signal, And that signal determines what you tune into in life. Your conscious mind may speak intentions and repeat affirmations, but the subconscious never lies, and its signal always overrides the noise of words. Intelligent spiritual wisdom begins with noticing this hidden broadcast and aligning it with the reality you want. Because what you resist truly does persist, and what you embody, you attract. The ego complicates this process because it does not want to surrender. It thrives on struggle, on proving worthiness, on collecting spiritual techniques as if salvation is a checklist. But quantum shifting is not complicated. It happens in an instant, the very moment you stop forcing, stop doubting, stop chasing, and simply allow yourself to harmonize with the frequency of what you desire. The field responds not to effort, but to congruence. If your inner state radiates peace, trust, and abundance, life bends quickly to reflect that back. If your inner state radiates fear, scarcity, and doubt, life will echo that just as faithfully, no matter how polished your affirmations sound. Ask yourself in silence, what is my energy saying when no one is watching? What do I truly believe about myself and my life? These questions matter more than any ritual because they reveal the alignment or misalignment between what you want and what you are. Spiritual awakening is not about piling on complexity, but about stripping away everything false until only your authentic frequency remains. That is intelligence. That is spiritual wisdom. And that is where true power begins. Reality responds not to what you say, but to what you are. If you desire prosperity, embody gratitude and sufficiency now. If you desire love, radiate self-respect and openness now. If you desire freedom, release the chains of doubt now. The quantum shift is not earned through time or effort. It is chosen in a single moment of inner alignment. When your unconscious no longer contradicts your conscious intention, the universe flows effortlessly with you, showing that simplicity has always been the gateway to transformation. If you're ready to align your conscious intention with the power of your unconscious broadcast, comment below, I will meditate, to affirm your commitment to this journey of transformation. 5. Self-awareness is the first mastery skill. Self-awareness is the first and most essential mastery because it is the root of all true transformation. And Carl Jung's reminder that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, reveals why this step cannot be skipped. Spirituality begins not in chasing after complex rituals, but in learning to cultivate a non-judgmental awareness that observes thoughts and emotional reflexes as they arise in real time. This kind of awareness allows you to step outside of the old survival patterns that usually dictate your reactions. The anger that flares when you feel misunderstood, the fear that pushes you to prove yourself, or the sadness that isolates you when life feels overwhelming. By watching instead of reacting, you reclaim the space to choose. And in that space, the process of spiritual awakening begins. The beauty of awareness is that it is disarmingly simple, yet profoundly powerful. When you stop labeling your thoughts as good or bad and simply notice them, they begin to lose their grip on you. The ego feeds on judgment and reaction, but when you just watch, its power fades. Think of how modern life constantly tempts you into automatic responses. The instant irritation while scrolling through social media, the tightening in your chest during a stressful meeting, the rush of comparison when someone else succeeds. Self-awareness lets you catch these reflexes at the very moment they appear, before they spiral into bigger emotions or destructive actions. The Buddha taught that awareness is the greatest agent of change. And in today's world of constant noise and distraction, that wisdom is not just ancient, it is urgent. When you train yourself to notice without judgment, you realize that most of your struggles are not with the world outside, but with the unexamined patterns inside. Spirituality is not about escaping difficulties, but about awakening to how your mind and emotions shape every moment of experience. You may not control what others say or do, but you always have the power to choose how you respond. Awareness shifts you from being the victim of circumstances into becoming the creator of your reality. Picture yourself in a stressful situation. Instead of collapsing into panic, you notice the shallow breath, the racing thought, the fear whispering failure. By noticing, you break the cycle. With a deeper breath, the same energy that would have fueled fear now fuels presence, clarity, and strength. This mastery of awareness tunes you back to the intelligence within, the quiet wisdom that modern life often buries under noise. It is like tuning an instrument. When it is aligned, every note resonates in harmony. In the same way, when your awareness aligns, every decision and action flows from clarity rather than chaos. Jung also said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And this is the essence of spiritual awakening. Looking inside is not about denying the shadow or pretending away discomfort. It is about witnessing both your light and your wounds with compassion. In a world that glorifies busyness, cultivating awareness is an act of inner freedom because it frees you from cycles of stress, fear, and unconscious living. Awareness is not a technique to be practiced once and forgotten. It is the ground on which all spirituality grows. Without it, meditation becomes routine, affirmations become empty, and manifestation becomes forced. With it, even the smallest acts pausing before you speak, observing your emotion before it controls you, noticing your ego before it blinds you, become sacred tools that shift your reality. The truth is, self-awareness is not complicated, and that is precisely why it is so often missed. Yet for those who embrace it, the simple act of observing oneself without judgment is nothing less than the doorway to a new life. 6. Radical responsibility and accountability stabilize your field. Radical responsibility and accountability are the true foundations of stability in your spiritual field. Because when you fully own what you emit, without slipping into blame or excuses, you step into the role of conscious creator rather than passive reactor. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this wisdom reminds you that every thought, every word, and every emotional frequency you radiate becomes the silent architect of your reality. If you allow resentment, fear, or doubt to dominate your inner space, life will mirror those vibrations back through difficult encounters and closed doors. But when you deliberately choose vibrational anchors like peace, gratitude, and faith, and you hold your state with consistency, the universe itself must align with that energy and reflect it back to you in the form of harmony, opportunity, and growth. This is not a mystical abstraction, but the practical essence of spirituality and the deepest mark of spiritual development, because true mastery lies not in controlling the outer world, but in stabilizing the inner one. Think about how easily you can lose your center in daily life. You may wake up calm and aligned, but one sharp comment, one unexpected problem, or one moment of comparison on social media can unravel your peace in seconds. That is the sign that you have allowed external chaos to dictate your vibration. Radical responsibility is the decision to say, "This is my field, and I alone decide the energy I hold." It is not about punishing yourself for setbacks or pretending challenges don't exist. It is about claiming your right to choose your response. In this way, accountability becomes empowerment because you stop giving away your energy to circumstances and start shaping your life from a place of conscious strength. In the modern world, this truth is more relevant than ever. Social media, with its endless waves of envy, outrage, and distraction, can easily pull you into emotional storms if you do not root yourself in the anchors you have chosen. Yet when you decide to stabilize in compassion, authenticity, and resilience, you build a frequency that shields you from being swept away by negativity. This is where spirituality meets daily living. Not in escaping from traffic, stress, or conflict, but in walking through them with inner steadiness that cannot be shaken. The moment you refuse to let the outer world decide your vibration, you become free. Because your peace, your strength, and your joy no longer depend on conditions that flow from your own alignment. Life is always responding, always mirroring, and when you hold your state consistently, it cannot help but reflect the essence you choose to embody. You may not control what comes to you, but you absolutely influence how it takes shape around you. That is why spiritual development is not about complexity, but about constancy, anchoring your field so firmly in your chosen vibration that reality itself reorganizes to meet it. Stability is not rigidity. It is the quiet power to stand steady while everything around you shifts, to radiate light even in darkness, and to remain whole even in the face of challenge. When you own your energy without blame, when you choose your anchors with intention, and when you hold your state no matter what, you transform from a seeker into a creator. And in that transformation, your true quantum shift begins. 7. The threshold before a shift feels like collapse. Don't misread it. The threshold before a true quantum shift often feels like collapse. But this collapse is not an ending. It is the clearing of space. When confusion, exhaustion, or despair flood your experience, you are not failing. You are standing in the fragile space where the old identity is disassembling so something new can take root. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And this awakening is precisely what is unfolding in the silence beneath your struggle. The field of life responds not when you strive harder, but when you stop forcing, doubting, and chasing, and instead allow yourself to inhabit the moment with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. This in-between stage has often been described as a hallway between timelines. It is dim, directionless, and uncomfortable, yet it is the most sacred part of transformation. In that hallway, the maps you once relied on no longer guide you, and the new map has not yet been drawn. You may feel lost, but this is exactly what allows new pathways to form. If you label it as failure, you lock yourself into the past. If you resist it, you slip back into the same patterns that once kept you small. By practicing detachment and releasing the urge to name every sensation as good or bad, right or wrong, you stop feeding the ego's need for complexity. Albert Einstein once reminded us, everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. Simplicity is precisely the power of this hallway. Though the ego resists it because simplicity strips away drama and control. Detachment in this context is not coldness or withdrawal, but the wise intelligence of your soul. It is the ability to feel deeply without clinging, to witness emotions without turning them into identity, to hold presence without being consumed by the story. This is an act of true spiritual intelligence, staying open while allowing what is old to fall apart. Instead of grasping for certainty, you breathe through uncertainty. Instead of retreating into fear, you lean into curiosity. These are small, practical acts, a slow, mindful walk, a warm cup of water held with attention, and a few minutes of conscious breathing. They may seem ordinary, but they are the anchors that stabilize your nervous system while reality reshapes itself. The collapse you feel is not punishment, but preparation. The fatigue, the despair, the disorientation are evidence that the old architecture of your life is loosening. Trust this threshold. Allow the hallway to be what it is, a passage, not a prison. Jung reminded us that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and in this liminal space, you are being invited to expand consciousness, not retreat into fear. If you can hold stillness, if you can release the habit of labeling, if you can remain unattached to outcome, the quantum shift that once seemed distant will arrive quietly. The hallway will open into a new timeline, and you will realize that collapse was never destruction. It was the hidden beginning of awakening. 8. Practical posture. Tune. Don't push. Embody the new identity. Transformation does not arise from pushing harder or forcing yourself into a new identity, but from tuning your inner state until it resonates with the life you are meant to live. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." This truth reflects the essence of spirituality and spiritual awakening. The shift is not about creating something from nothing, but about aligning with what already exists within you in another timeline. You don't have to conquer endless challenges or prove your worth through relentless effort. The real power lies in coherence, in breathing into the discomfort, holding your energy steady, and letting your being tune itself to the frequency of transformation. Your attention is like a laser, and wherever it is consistently directed, reality bends to meet it. Instead of scattering your focus on doubts, fears, or endless striving, you anchor it in the identity you are stepping into. This is the practice of embodying the phrase, "I am the shift." You walk, speak, and act as if the transformation has already taken place, because in truth, it already exists. Modern life encourages hustle and constant proving, but spiritual wisdom reveals that coherence, not force, is what makes the shift inevitable. Just as a radio tunes into a station without strain, your soul tunes into its destined reality when you hold alignment with calm determination. Discomfort becomes a sacred signal. Most people see discomfort as a barrier to escape or battle, but spirituality reframes it as a threshold, a portal of awakening. When you choose to breathe deeply and remain present, you stop running from yourself and instead allow your system to recalibrate to a higher vibration. In that moment, the discomfort is no longer your enemy, but your teacher, holding your signal through discomfort, shows the universe that you will not shrink back into the old timeline, and this unwavering presence becomes the very bridge into the new. Each time you practice this, you strengthen your capacity to stay aligned, and it becomes second nature to live as the shift itself. In a world overflowing with distractions, deadlines, and social pressures, the temptation to overexert is constant. Yet the most profound spiritual awakening comes when you resist the urge to force and instead embody the reality you know is already true. You reclaim your power by pausing, by centering, and by remembering that you are not becoming something new, but revealing what you have always been. Carl Jung's wisdom resonates here. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. By tuning instead of pushing, you bring the unconscious into light, and your life becomes a deliberate act of creation rather than a reaction to old patterns. Every time you feel the impulse to push, remind yourself that pushing is born of fear, while tuning is born of trust. You are not chasing after change. You are embodying an identity that already exists beyond the veil of doubt. Breathe into the unease. Hold your signal. Focus your attention like a laser, and act as if the shift is already yours. This is the spiritual path, not running, not proving, but living in coherence with your higher self. When you live this way, transformation stops being a distant goal and becomes an inevitable unfolding of who you truly are. And so, the truth about quantum shifting is not that it's complicated, but that it's far too simple for the ego to accept. Real transformation begins in the moment you release control and allow life to move through you. If this message spoke to your spirit, I invite you to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming insights into spiritual awakening and inner growth. Your journey has only just begun.